show.
RTM podcast show.
To the world and them girls.
Young Spray, Queen Ice Cream.
How you mean?
In Northwest London, born and raised. In Kilburn is where she spent most of her days. Chilling out, matching, relaxing, all queen. And then her and Mafiella did start diva twinning. And Young Spray, well, I was up to no good. Always making trouble in the neighbourhood.
What?
Did a one liquor ups and the judge didn't care. He said, I'm sending you to prison right now for 2 years. I blew my mama kiss and then when I saw tears, her face showed the limit of the pain she could bear. If anything I could say, the sentence weren't fair. But I thought, nah, forget it. Yo, mom, have no fear. Have no fear, mama. I know I'm only 16, but I'm built for this. Yo, I pulled up to the jail around 7 or 8 and I yelled to the sweatbox, yo fam, link you later. Welcome to Feltham, I was finally here. They took me to Swallow and it started from there. So it all started, man. You're just like me, I'm just like you. I was a bad you too. But you could change, man.
You can change. Have faith.
RTM.
Really the most.
No resistance yet, but do a little bit of resistance before you finish the class. So try to, yes, one movement now, Matt. Excellent.
Peace and universal love, my brothers and sisters of humanity. I don't know, I've just decided to quickly just convey a few words whilst I'm walking along the pier at a beach. I'm just actually seeing the beauty of the world just by being on this actual beach. It's absolutely crazy. But I just really wanted to convey this message to those that actually suffer with, you know, depression, anxiety, low self-esteem, that there is always hope, and the world is a very beautiful place. I would just like to share with you one story, and it was a story that I actually read, and it was concerning 2 mouses. They done an experiment. So what they done was they put these mouses in containers and filled it up with water. So the mouses couldn't touch the bottom of the containers, so they had to tread water. And what they done was that they covered the containers all in black, so these mouses were in total darkness. Now what they done was they made a hole in one of the containers for one mouse and they left the other one in total darkness, and then they left them. The following morning they came back. The mouse that was in total darkness, he actually drowned. But the one that had a bit of hole and there was a glimmer of light coming through, it actually survived. So what does that actually show you? It shows you that hope. So this is what we need to hold on to sometimes, even at our darkest moment, even sometimes when we feel the world upon our shoulder, that hope will take us through. because I'm a true believer that God never given us a burden greater than what we can bear. And that's all I want to say. This is not a sermon. This is not preaching. I'm just appreciating the world right now. So, peace and universal love.
Boom. Welcome to the RTM podcast show, season 8, episode 9.
Come on.
Don't know everything fine.
Yes.
Big Bad Spray, Young Spray, here with my co-host,
Cream, you know the vibes.
Queen Ice Cream. And today, we got a very special guest. And this is one of the episodes that I like doing because I like giving out flowers to, people coming from like where we're coming from that's been through hardships and managed to turn it round. That's what we're about. Obviously, we like to have different guests, but today's special guest, alhamdulillah, you get me? First, we're going to have a round of applause for freedom. We're going to have a round of applause for freedom. Yeah, we've got Dwaine Patterson, Yusuf.
Yeah, that's correct. Also known as Yusuf.
Yeah, because I don't know if, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, a lot of people might not even know you're out yet. So, yeah, I know that all of the prisoners going to be locked in. But yeah, you lot keep your head up. And we're going to get to know Dwaine's story today and find out how we ended up here. You get me? So yeah, first of all, thanks for featuring because obviously, like I know, a lot of people probably sought after your story or whatever. So, I appreciate that you come to us first.
No, definitely.
Do you get what I'm saying? I appreciate it.
I think it's just, I think it was deserving as well. First and foremost I would like to say, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praises is due to Allah. We praise Him, we seek His aid, and we ask for His forgiveness. Whoever Allah guides, none can misguide him, and whoever Allah leads astray, none can guide him. I bear witness that there is none worthy of worship but Allah, and Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is His slave, servant, and messenger. Now, first and foremost is that we also should show respect as well. And I would also like to thank you as well. Because I know that we're going to go into my story, but let's be honest here as well. Because of the stigmatization that was attached to me and all the kind of security, intel and everything else, nobody really wanted to come near me. It was a person such as yourself as well that showed integrity, bravery as well. And from the very beginning, even before this podcast, you was always there.
We have to big up Jojo as well.
So
AK.
yeah, of course, and I am. As soon as we go through it, but as I'm conversing with you now, I'm just showing my appreciation to you and Ice Cream, and thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, because I've been waiting for this one. And to the audience, this is a Y-free zone. Y-free zone. You get me? I'm going to try my hardest. You get me? ADHD. But, yeah, bring us to where it all started. Like, where was you born?
Okay, so I was actually born in Lambeth, South London, St. Thomas's Hospital.
St. Thomas's, where's that? Oh my God.
So that's in Lambeth.
Is it still there?
South London, yeah, St. Thomas's Hospital. So you have like St. George's, which is in Southwest Tooting, and then you have St. Thomas's. So most individuals from the South London region, especially Southwest, they would either probably have gone to St. George's or St. Thomas's.
Okay.
In my case, I was in St. Thomas's.
Yeah, it's not about King's College, I think. The Kings, it's Kings, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true as well, yeah. That's correct.
But yeah, so siblings?
Of course, I have a very large family as well. I have 5 brothers and I have 9 sisters.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Wow. Where'd you come in the... Are you...
So
you
it
said it's
varies.
Y-free.
It's... My father's a 12 tribe.
Okay.
My mother. They had me very young. So from my mother's side, because after she had me, about 5 years after, she actually married. And then I had my other siblings from my mother. So there's 6 of us from my mum, and I'm the eldest from my mother.
Right.
But from my father, you could say I'm about middle.
I'm going mad still.
What's about you hot?
Like when you're on the train, yeah, and you're hot.
You're still keeping on your jacket. I thought I was gonna I had to just take it off, but Sam, yeah. Yeah, so boom. 12 tribe, what does that mean?
Yeah, so my father's a Rastafarian. He's a 12 tribe.
Yeah.
So what they also believe in, their belief system, is that they're from if you look in biblical texts as well, and Islamic, Jacob and his 12 sons. And so that's what they mirror themselves from, the 12 tribe. So yeah, it's through growing up as well, it's a very loving community as well.
Yeah.
And it's quite funny as well because...
my dad's a Rasta as well.
So you would know. When I was actually growing up as well, and do you know sometimes in school as well, they would do things like timeline. And they would also articulate how many aunties or uncles you had. And because like with the Rastafarian belief system as well, they have so much kind of respect for each other as well. When I was growing up, I actually thought I had more uncles and aunties.
Yeah.
So when they were saying that, like, it's impossible, the teachers, when I'm trying to mention so many, because that's how it's raised. So that kind of community spirit.
Did you used to have dreads?
No, I didn't. That's one thing about my father as well. I used to love about him as well. He never imposed his own views. What he would do is he would articulate it, and he would inform you what he believes that, you know, what his belief system is and what he believes that is best. But he would allow us to experience it for ourselves with that helping hand.
Did any of your siblings turn dread?
No.
No one followed?
Yeah, so my older brother, my older brother Tony, he had dreads for a while.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, he followed. But yeah, so primary school, how was you in primary school?
That's a primary school. Now, what they basically said was as well, not trying to blow any trumpets and so forth, what the teachers actually said to my parents, that I was highly, extremely intelligent. But the problem that they were having as well, that I just couldn't, I just weren't compatible with other kids. I kept on fighting. But
you don't know why?
But for me, yeah, I could easily articulate that. It weren't that. I've always had an issue with those that I honestly believe that takes advantage on those that are weaker. So I always felt that was my obligation. I always felt that it was up to me to actually stand up for those that were the voiceless, those that can't defend themselves. So I think
bully
that's
the bully.
101%.
Or beat up the bully.
Yeah.
Not bully the bully.
But you know what I mean,
Man's
though.
not bullying. Man's beating up, you get me? But yeah.
So I think it's one of those. And not only that as well, when you're young as well, you've got high levels of testosterone as well. So let's be honest, not every case when I was fighting at school as well, that it was to do with because they were bullying somebody else. It was just things that we may consider as being a disrespect. I know now the young people call it violation, but it's just like disrespect. So it was, growing up, going through the trials and tribulations, and I call it the rites of passage.
Did you like to learn in primary school?
Oh yeah, absolutely loved it.
What did you like?
History.
From primary school?
Yeah, history and religious education.
What sort of history? I'm interested in
all types of history, because you have to also understand my foundation as well, my family, especially my father being a 12th tribe, but also one of my uncles is actually a professor in Black history. So Augustus Perino. So
is that his name?
Yeah.
Oh, big him up.
So we've always been taught on regards to Black empowerment.
Yeah.
And understanding our roots and our history. So I found it, and one of the things that I was always taught as well is never allow yourself to become ignorant. So even listening to their kind of distorted version of what history
I was going to say.
Even though we know it's not. And then for me to kind of like assess the situation, even from that young age, and even question it, even go back home and said, like, Mum, like, or father, like, this is what they're saying. And they're saying, no, this is not the case. And then giving it the full breakdown. And then later on in years, which I would articulate later on down the show, what I started to learn myself and what I started to implement.
What was your religious background? Obviously the 12th tribe, but did they go to church and that?
Yeah, so you know what? My father never, again, that's what I said, he never really imposed that. That was kind of private to him and but I was living with my mum because obviously they're separated. So my grandparents it's a mix. So my mother, she's Church of England.
Okay.
My grandmother from my father's side, she's St. Lucian, so they were Catholic.
Is your mum Lucian?
No,
They're not.
my father's St. Lucian.
Okay. And where's your mum from?
St. Vincent.
Okay.
Vinci.
Yes.
Small island. Big up the small island.
That's correct.
No, get me Dominique. I should put my Dominique out. But
Definitely. So, yeah.
So did your mum used to go to church, yeah?
Yeah, she did. I
Did
was
she?
actually an altar boy.
Or
Church of England.
what? They're doing that thing.
Yeah.
I know, I'm going mad, but no, I'm
So
thinking,
yeah,
ooh.
I would hold the cross. I would read passages from the Bible, like Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, and so forth.
Yeah, that's it's mad because obviously my mum is Catholic. She was Catholic, and I was religious as well, in that sense. So yeah, we're gonna get to how you've changed, but same style. You get me? Where religious from morning crib. You get me?
Yeah.
I'm joking. Boom. So, primary school. Did you stay in primary school the whole way through?
I was on the. Primary school. I went to St. George's. So St. George's was in Patmore Estate, Wandsworth Road. But before that, I think it was. I went to another primary school, which was I think it was Falconbrook.
So it's just in that when I think.
Is it?
I've
Yeah,
heard that
100%.
before.
Yes.
I've heard that before.
Yeah. I know
Yeah.
them all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Big him
I'm
up,
saying
big up
it,
Swiss.
Big up Swiss.
Yeah, please, yeah. Big him up, definitely. So I actually went Falconbrook initially, but because of my behaviour, I was actually on the verge of being excluded because I was living at my grandparents'. See, what a lot of people don't understand as well, that I was originally from Clapham Junction. I'm actually from 9 Badrick Court. So this is where my grandparents actually lived. But because I was on the verge and then my mum actually got remarried, not remarried, married.
Got married.
So I then, obviously, I followed my mother and I lived on Wandsworth Road.
Why was you living at your grandparents'?
Because my mum was still, technically, my mum was pregnant with me at the age of 16. She was, and then she...
So was mine.
So we can relate to that.
Yeah.
And so she was technically still a young person, she's still young. She's at school age. So she was 17 when she gave birth to me. Then from 17, she was still at her mother's house until she met my stepfather at 17, 18, 22. And then they married and then they moved to Wandsworth Road, which was Patmore Estate.
How did you feel about being away from your mum?
I'm going to be honest here. I love my grandparents on both sides.
I was just gonna say you're close to your
They
grandparents.
were...
Very.
You know how it is, especially being Afro-Caribbeans as
Yeah.
well, is that the grandmother is the matriarch.
Blood, you lot's grandma is like my mum's age.
No.
Alright, stop laughing.
No.
Seriously,
Hold
stop
on.
laughing.
I'm not.
Alright, cool.
Stop.
It's mad though. It's mad. Remember when I told you the other day, and we realised it's mad. You get what I'm saying? Like, probably it's mad still.
So she was the one, and it's just remarkable. Both of my grandparents as well, just how they were. If they were the epitome of strength. They're like the pillars of the family fabric. So obviously I don't want to leave that.
Yeah.
It's my grandparents. It was a weird one as
they
well
strict?
because this is the point. You see my mother's side. I'm going to be honest here. I was kind of spoiled. So from my mother's side, I could do no wrong. So even if I'd done it, no, he didn't do it.
Yeah.
But then my grandparents from my father's side, they were disciplinarians. They were like, listen, you're not doing it around here. You're too spoiled. We're going to teach you discipline. And so my grandfather, I think he identified certain traits in me already. My grandfather from my father's side. And so what he used to say to me is that in his kind of Caribbean voice, you want to be a bad boy? Okay, bad boy. You're going to be an educated bad boy. So in the mornings, he would wake me up and, I would have to read the Bible and so forth. But yeah, they were all very caring, kind, loving. For them, their whole philosophy was education.
Yeah.
To educate, because obviously we know that if we're not educated as well, then we're kind of limited.
I was going to ask you, have you always been this articulate still, Car? You talk very articulate.
I think I always have, but obviously it's through years it's increased as well, and especially as you're facing him, you can see my brother at the back there. He his name's Care Bear, and he's helped me tremendously as well in regards to my development as well. These are the types of people that we need to aspire to be. These are the types of people that need to actually become community leaders. And
so you
forth.
taught him how to be this articulate? He taught you how to be this articulate?
Of course. He gave me a lot of knowledge.
No, because he's not as articulate still. I was talking to him on the way up. No, joking. That made a bit more road, you get me? Like, yeah, his thing's a bit different, but wife,
You be fooled.
Mm.
You see with him,
He fooled me.
you see his ability as well. And this is the one thing that I'm still trying to learn as well, is how to be relatable to everybody. So sometimes as well, you could be articulating something, but it might not be the right audience. So you sometimes need to get your message, across. And I've seen this with your podcast as well.
Yep.
Depending on what kind of audience will determine on how
How we
behave
interact,
and you
yeah.
interact. And that is the true essence of how you're supposed to communicate with people.
What I thought, because obviously we're going to get to that, but 22 years behind bars, I thought that honed your skills.
Of course he did.
Do you know what I mean?
Also.
That's what I thought, because, do you know what I mean? That's how a lot of time to hone your skills. But anyway, so secondary school, how's the transition?
Oh, secondary school.
How's the transition from like primary to secondary?
Exactly the same process.
Still going mad, still fighting.
It's actually, I was actually conversing with my wife about this as well.
Big up
And
wifey.
Of course, no, 100%.
Car.
She's been a pillar.
Yeah,
for me, definitely.
You needed her still.
No, 101%. If it weren't for her as well.
You'd be on your own.
Definitely.
I know I'm going mad, but it's harder on your own.
No,
'Cause we
100%.
me and him talking it, so I know, like, trust me, you needed her.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the transition.
Yeah, so I was actually saying to my wife as well that the first day was a crazy one. And when I was at... So my first day in secondary school, I went to St. Mark's in Fulham. And again, I'm not going to say that all the kids were bullies, because a lot of them are my good friends. A lot of them are, very staunch individuals, and especially West London. I've always got this close affiliation. I've got like a couple of my sisters are from West London anyway.
Okay.
So I've always, to be fair, I've always preferred West. Sorry. I have to be honest. That's just me, Care Bears from West, I just
He's
always...
Northwest. They like to,
I'm from
they like to
Northwest.
tell me it's different, so don't, you know what I mean? They like to tell me, oh, West, you're Northwest. Yeah, Northwest.
Okay.
Yeah, but we like West though.
I know, but you like
Yeah.
to, every time I say West.
No,
you're
I'm
like,
just
oh,
saying,
we're
like, you don't really hear about other something West. Northwest stands out. Do you get me?
Big up
We've got
West.
North, South,
Big up
East,
West.
West, and
Big up
Northwest. Do you get what I'm saying? Straight.
True stories.
Exactly.
There's no Northeast.
I
still.
mean,
Well, Walthamstone's Northeast.
but you don't hear it's not got our stamp.
Listen,
You know what I mean?
Listen.
We've made
it's
our
not about
mark.
you. It's not about me. It's about our guest.
Shut up.
No, it's about our guest. Transition. It's about our guest.
No, that's okay anyway.
Yeah,
Nah, we do this. She's mental. I have to wind her up every time.
exactly.
No. Did you have any other subjects that you liked in secondary school apart from history? And what was the other one?
No, it was just history. We
No,
was
you like
talking.
history and something
Religious
else.
Oh yeah,
education,
okay,
RE,
RE.
Religious education, yeah.
and also English. I did like that as well.
I liked
like the
English,
grammar.
Yeah,
and-
yeah. I like the
Yeah, I
English
got A
literature.
star English GCSE still.
No, definitely.
You get me? I could speak like you if I want,
No, I can believe that.
You know
though.
what I mean? Just me.
You have to also understand as well. That's one thing as well. People are fooled sometimes,
Yeah.
but especially when you're a musician and so forth as well, that you're very good with words. So you're very creative. So obviously you do your research, you read books and so forth. So I understand all that.
I just lost.
And it doesn't mean because you can articulate yourself makes you intelligent as well. I know many people that, you may think that they're inarticulate, but I tell you
Just
this
like
now,
use
they're
big
geniuses.
words.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Some people are clever with their hands as well. I know that's mad, but do you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
No,
You
100%.
get what I'm saying? Trade. Some people are actually better.
Yeah.
Like my brethren, he can't read. All right, I'm not gonna kill him.
But they're not, and he can't fix.
But what?
I know.
Like my man can fix anything, like anything. You get me? So and anyway, it's not about my brethren. Boom. So how was secondary school though?
Yeah, it was good. So that's what I was saying. Like with my first wife, as I was saying to my wife as well, that the first day in school, it was again, you know, being young, having high levels of, you know, testosterones and so forth. I think I upset half of the school. So when it came time for home time, half the school was actually waiting to actually give me a pasting. But then there was an older young girl, and her name was Tammy, and her friends, and they kind of saved me from that.
The girl them could do their thing back in the day. School days, the girl can save you still.
No, of course,
Girl can't
definitely.
save you no more. You have to save. Yeah, you get me. But now in school, big up Aminata, there's a couple. You know I have to always big up Aminata. When I talk about the girl them in school, there was a couple physical girl them in school still that was thumping up. Couple of the man them, you know, like man was having fight.
No, of course.
And they were winning.
So what happened? What did you do? What happened? Why did they want to fight you after school?
So I think I was just on, you know, like the arguments with me. I never backed down. I had a little attitude as well. So they just think, who's this? Who's this guy? Like, you know, who's this other kid? So they just waited. They said, we had enough of him. And that was my first day. So I stepped out. You know, they were there. They're saying, no, it's not happening. And that was it. But after that, I created a lot of friends. It was. And it was like a team. I don't know, you know, like in schools as well, that you have rivalries with other schools, and our year was kind of a rowdy year, so we had a lot of individuals that could handle themselves as well. So yeah, growing up, yeah,
Fun?
it was. But then unfortunately, I got excluded
Why?
again.
Fighting.
This is the story of my life. So yeah, eventually the school got fed up of me. By the time I was 12 years of age, they permanently excluded me.
What's that, year 8?
Yeah. So year 8. After that, I went to, I don't know what they call it now, but at the time it was IT centers.
Okay, yeah.
So I went into an IT center, and there was one in, if I can recall, so it's been such a long time, there was one in Wandsworth. There was one in Clapham Junction, and I think there was another one in Tooting that I went to. And I was kicked out of all 3 of them as well.
You probably didn't know then, yeah? But in hindsight, can you think of why you was behaving like this? Like why you just liked to fight? Or you still don't know?
It's a combination of things. Again, when you're young, and let's take it further back actually. So you're kind of right. Why? How is this kind of like triggered?
Yeah.
So remember I said to you that when I actually moved to Wandsworth Road, it weren't so plain sailing for me when I originally first went to Wandsworth Road. Because remember, they considered me as just being Clapham Junction.
Okay.
Now, if you look at the history of Patmore Estate, initially in my times, it was kind of like Switzerland.
Big up Lewis as well.
And of course.
Yeah,
Of
big
course,
up
definitely,
Lewis.
100%.
Every time I hear Patmore, I big up Lewis.
No, definitely.
And his dad.
Yeah, 100%.
Sorry.
Definitely.
We digress. Go on.
So yeah, so it was kind of like Switzerland. So you would have many different kind of like sometimes areas coming down, and there was kind of like good camaraderie. They were all okay with each other, except for it seems like the Patmore didn't like Clapham Junction.
Okay.
So at that time, so an incident happened. There was a group of young men who now are my good friends, but obviously they took a disliking to me. And so sometimes as well, kids can be very predatory. You know, they have this kind of predatory instincts. So sometimes they know that when you're just kind of, they sense the fear. So, you know, sometimes as well that I would try to avoid them.
If mum says go shop, that was a scary moment.
It's mad. It's mad.
So I'm thinking now, so even then I'm using strategy. I'm thinking, okay, so if I go around this way, he's going to walk at a certain time. This is where it makes you calculated. He's going to walk at that. Then I can sneak behind. I can go here and I could go there. But then one day I was unlucky. And they caught hold of me. And yeah, they set upon me. And I was calling out for help. There was a lot of kids. They were punching, kicking. I saw adults just walking past. But I can understand now, myself being an adult as well, that sometimes it's very risky and it's a very difficult situation as well, because you may wanna help that young person. But then when you see crowds of other young people as well, you don't know what they might be having on them and so forth, and it might create a greater problem. But me being at that age, at that time as well, you see adults as protectors, as your guardian. You'd think that they would at least
Step in, say something. Yeah,
they didn't. So anyway, they were trying to take my jacket, and
that's what's going on now.
Which my mum worked hard for. It's not happening. So obviously, I hanged on to my jacket. After that, my mum took me to the hospital, and I turned around to my mum. My mum reminded me of this actually. So my mum said that I said to her that it would never happen to me again. And we're here now. So I kind of
sparked something.
No, definitely, 100%.
Did you fight back, or did you just take the licks at the time?
At the time,
he got his jacket.
No, he said I held on to my jacket. I just wanted to know, because
Why do you
like
wanna know?
because it's because he was saying, like, obviously there's a pattern here, isn't it?
100%.
And where our time, you kind of had to prove your bad, like prove that you could fight. Do you understand what
100%.
I'm saying? You couldn't just say you had to prove. And it sounds like you're proving
He can fight still.
No, I know
That's
he
why
can.
It's a wire free zone.
No, but whether you can fight or not, it's the mind. He could fight, but he was still hiding from them, so he was fearful. But
100%.
there comes a point where something happens what clicks you different. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why I was saying, was it that you didn't fight back that time, and since that time you was going to fight back?
That's right.
She's talking
There
bare
you go.
sense. Now you're talking bare sense.
Yeah,
But I have to
I know.
get the comments.
Because I said to myself as well that, at the end of the day, I needed to become the apex predator. I understood that now. I understand how the dynamics work. So you have this philosophy, like I had this philosophy that, well, you can, they call it fight, flight, and
or
freeze.
Fight or flight.
Yeah.
But there's freeze as well. So I knew by flight, it's just prolong my agony. By freeze, I would just still continue to become a victim. But fight, I will show them that I'm at apex. And it's kind of intriguing as well, because when I came out as well, I wanted to kind of like just explore London again, because it's been such a long period of time. And we went to the aquarium, me and the wife. And everybody was just looking at all these kind of, the different types of arrays of different, animals and fishes and things such as this. And there was a lady and she was talking about a particular shark. And I was just transfixed. And I was just standing there. My wife was like, yeah, and I'm listening to her. And you know what she said? She said this, and it just reminded me of like our communities as well. She spoke about the tiger sand sharks. And this is what she said. She says that, the tiger sand sharks, she says that when the mother gives birth, she actually gives birth inside of her stomach about 10 eggs. But she said, but how come she only produces one?
So they have to fight.
That's right, they fight for survival. So they eat each other. They annihilate each other to only the strongest one she gives birth to. So then I understood within that community as well that I had to be the strongest one. So this is what I done. So then what I actually done was, that's what we're taught as well, you go for the biggest one, you go for the toughest one, you go for the one that they respect the most. And so that's what I actually done. I approached that person with a rounder's bat. And then First and foremost is I'm not promoting youth violence,
You're not glorifying, but that's your story.
but you know, this is my testament.
Yeah.
And unfortunately from there, and then I gained the respect from my estate. And
That's
then
why
I
I
moved.
wanted to touch on why you became like this, so it doesn't just seem that you're just going mad. Do you get what I'm saying? There's always, it seems, a trigger point.
No, definitely.
Do you get what I'm
100%.
trying to say? Especially when, like, because remember, we're all born with a blank page, innit? Some people's trigger points could be when they're bloody 2 years old, 3. I don't know. But I'm saying, like, until that page gets madness, I don't know. That's when, but your trigger, boom.
No,
at that
definitely.
point.
And it was eye-opener, and it was good for me as well, because I came from a big family. And my family were quite known as well. So, like, the Pattersons, like, there's a lot of us. So, you know, like, it came a stage where even my older brother was saying that, I'm not going to bail you out. You're going to have to toughen up. But then me and my brother, years after, we had a conversation. He says that, when I said for you to tough out, I didn't mean for you to go just...
Mad,
Yeah, go buck wild.
My brother said that, like, wow, you just took it to a whole different level. But, you know, my story is not unique. As you know already, you've sat down, you've conversed with many individuals and you've spoken to them. And have you noticed something that's quite scary, that all the stories are kind of similar? They're all
Very.
the same. It's like clones. We want to be something different. I'm not, to be fair, I came onto this podcast as well because I trust Spray. Spray is a good friend of mine and brother, and I love him for the sake of Allah. But also, I want to do something different because you know what it is? People have this false preconceived idea on how black people are and how we conduct ourselves. And so, for example, as well, I see this all the time. Even like where I'm working, you know, they call it trying to be friendly or trying to...
You've got a new job now. We're going to get to that. But
Yeah, we
big
will.
up.
Sometimes, especially when you're dealing with other cultures as well, and they would do things not even... Sometimes they could, maybe they understand what they're doing, and sometimes they don't out of naivety or stupidity. But for example, this gentleman out of nowhere... So I'm actually a receptionist. I'm doing sales and marketing. I'm talking to him about certain products for him to, you know, for him to buy. Then he's like, Wagwan. So I looked at him. I'm just paying attention to him. So I said, yeah, hello. Don't be trying to pigeonhole us. Don't be trying to stereotype us. What do you know about Wagwan?
Exactly.
So this is it. I know that you're trying to undermine this. It's not even like, because we know that, look, we live in a community as well, and even some family friends as well. We know that some Caucasian people have the Afro-Caribbean spirit in them. So we know this. It's not, we're not talking about on a race thing, but we know that this particular individual, you're far removed from our community. You're just trying to undermine me here. So.
You tried it.
No, definitely, 100%.
You had to hold it down.
No, it's not even...
You know them mad ones that I know about. Like,
It's not even so much that, because we don't have that kind of primitive way of thinking.
But you know what it is as well? They don't, enough people, enough normal guys here, they don't realise this. Not even that he's a maniac, but I'm saying there's some man out here that don't trouble them. Because you see them man, they like, see enough of them delivery man, them. They're coming from the bin, you know. And they're driving up and down, but they're coming from madness, you get me? And then you got people that will deal with them a certain way, but you don't even know. My man will really, but that's not what we're promoting. Boom. Let's go back to secondary school. Did you start getting in trouble and all that with the police?
Yeah, so what actually happened was, I think how it actually started as well. Again, I have such a massive family, and there was some family that I didn't even know they were my family initially.
Right.
So what was actually happening, when my brother used to come and bail me out, he says, you know what, because I'm not always around, I'm going to introduce you to your cousin. So it was actually weird. I remember I used to see these other group of kids, and they had all the kind of latest things. Like they had all the latest Versace's, they had everything. And there was one particular, and he just had so many people around him. And I was like, I'd like to be like that. You know, you just see that, like you're just thinking, yeah, I'd like to be that. But I didn't know that was my cousin.
Right.
So when I was introduced, he actually embraced me full arms. And he says like, just, come along, just hang around with us. And from there, and I think that was the trigger in the sense of like criminality as well. Because you know what's kind of crazy as well? I look back in my life as well and I said, okay, I dealt with the person that was kind of suppressing, oppressing and depressing me. But then I became the very same thing that I said that I would never and that I was fighting against. And it's kind of crazy. And then, you know, you start your little street robberies. But then, you know, you're trying to intimidate other young people. You're trying to let them know that you are the alpha. And yeah, so I think my record is very small because I've had 2 long sentences. And I say I'm the unlucky one.
So how old was you when you hooked up with your cousin?
So I was 12.
Okay.
Year 8.
Oh, year 8. So when you went IT centre, you never went back into secondary school?
No.
Okay, so did you never got to take any exams or anything like that?
No, nothing at all.
Nothing. And considering
my education stopped then.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Wow.
It was and it was crazy as well because there were so many kind of missed opportunities. I don't know if you've heard, there was this private school called Emmanuel. So when we was and Westminster Boys.
Yeah.
Actually, because you know that you have to take an entry test in order to determine whether you fit the criteria for those schools. I actually took those tests and I actually passed.
Like cliche.
Yeah. Grammar school.
Yeah.
That's what it is called, isn't it?
Grammar, yeah. And I actually went into the school. I actually had an interview with it. And there were this, I remember going with my mother as well. And the headmaster, I can see that he was indecisive as well. Like the person that was speaking to us. And he was just like, his grades are very good. Like he's a very intelligent, but we can't take a chance with him. His behavior. So from there, you can kind of see how things have started in motion. Does that make sense? And I look back and I actually conversed with my parents about this. And I know that some of our elders may not want to hear this as well. And I hold no apologies. But what I will say to them as well is please listen carefully to what I'm actually saying. Now, sometimes what we tend to do as well, we tend to put our children into institutions like the education institution and be taught by people that all their lives they're being breastfed on preconceived ideas on how certain particular groups of people are. And you wonder why that we're underachieving. Because they choose not to understand us. They don't care. And what we're actually doing as well, we're actually sacrificing our children. We're actually putting them in the hands of these people because the likelihood is it has to, the dynamics has to work. Because as parents as well, you know, as adults as well, we have to work. So majority of the information that the child is going to be receiving, to be honest, it's going to be from the teachers.
Exactly.
So
I've said this before, isn't it, Spray?
Not all teachers are bad.
Not all. We're not saying that. We're talking
Not
about
all
a
teachers are
system.
bad. RP
That's
my
what
mum.
we're talking about.
RP my mum.
There's some great, amazing teachers, but what I'm saying is, especially from where we're coming from, there's a big number of teachers that don't understand us. Number 2, it's not even just back, it's like the culture. It's even learning styles, like you just said. This one wasn't very good. He couldn't read properly, but he can do things with their hands. School is where you're in school from a certain age group. You have to go to school. And it's like, unless you're academic, then you don't get by. Do you understand?
101%.
They throw you out and then they put you in these, like IT and Pru and all of these things, and they know what road you're going. It's like they literally divert you down the wrong street. Do you understand? Because
you got bad behaviour.
Because you're not learning in the way that they want you to learn.
You got bad behaviour.
Everybody's different. Do you understand? So they need to have different parts of the school.
That's why you got IT though, because you got bad behaviour.
Yeah, but it's not just about bad behaviour. Some people have got short attention span. Some people are ADHD. Do you understand what I'm saying?
There's not a lot of them, but big up the black head teachers.
Some of them are dyslexic.
Get me? We got the black
100%.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
There's a lot.
So when you're dyslexic and you're in the classroom, or you might not want to be vocalized or even ask the teacher stuff, you start acting out in a different way. We're speaking from being adults. When you're a child, you're going to express it in a different way.
Big up Solomon.
Do you understand what I'm
Bricks and
saying?
Soup Kitchen. That's
Plus,
what he was
it
saying.
affects your confidence as well.
100%.
And then if you keep getting thrown out the classroom and that, you create a complex on that child. You keep telling a child they're bad, they're going to go bad. Do you understand what I mean?
100%. We all know that. We
Yeah,
all
no,
know
it's
this.
true. But
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
some teachers are good. You get me? Big up.
Self-fulfilling prophecy. And you know why? You've actually struck a chord there. Because you know what? When I was in primary school, when I was in St. George's as well, you know what the headmaster said to me? And remember, how can you determine the outcome of a child?
Exactly.
When you're still a sponge. We understand the most formative years is from, 1 to 7. So how can you then turn around to the child and he says, you know what, you're going to end up dead or in prison? That's what he said to me. So automatically, they were actually paving out what
Who's
was...
right? So, you ended up in prison. The head teacher was right. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
You're a free...
No, but all I'm saying, he said what he said, and you ended up there.
was already in prison, in a mental prison. So
Thank you.
But we're mental for making them right.
And there's also life and death in the power of the tongue, and you got to be careful what you speak over people as
Yeah,
well. Do
that's-
you understand what I'm saying? Because people
101%.
can curse your kids with their mouth daily, and that's why we need certain types of teachers. Because I believe in
told me-
wording
they
as
told
well.
me the same
Do you
thing.
understand what I mean?
They
Some
told
of
me
them
the same
speak
thing. I
things
ended up
over your
there saying,
children.
okay,
Do you
mad,
understand?
okay, mad.
And you can't
They
even
told me the
reject
same
them
thing
because you
as
don't
well.
know what they've said.
We both
Those are
went-
still things out there in the atmosphere. Do you understand?
So,
Because
I
you
don't know.
can't send your children to places where they don't want good for you. A lot of them don't even want to see your kids do good. They don't actually care. And that's what's missing with the system, education. Do you understand? A lot of the subjects, what they're even teaching, don't even make sense. We don't even need them when we've left school. They're not teaching them about finance.
teachers,
They're not teaching them about credit score. They're not teaching them none of what they need to when they go
101%.
outside. When you've taken away all of that it's such a pinnacle time, yeah, that when you mess up that, when you go out into the world, what do?
Do you know what?
Do you understand?
Parents need to understand that they're allowed to teach.
Well,
their
then you should
children
be
as
able
well.
to just
See,
homeschool.
credit
Then they
and all
shouldn't be forcing you to send them to their schools, because that's what they do. Do you understand? Because when you don't go to school, they want to send your parent to court. But what is the school doing? It's like when we was talking about the violence. Go school, go school. You lot ain't even making sure that the kids are safe going to school. As soon as they leave, what happens? Do you understand? But if you have a fight in their uniform, you get kicked out. Sorry, but yeah. No, because it's something that I'm passionate about, because I know what they do.
We got the good teachers and forget the bad teachers. innit?
No, forget the bad tea. It's something that needs to change.
So allow me to ask you a question. I totally understand. Of course, there's some amazing teachers as well. But let me ask you a question as well. If you have a basket full of ripe, let's say apples, and there's one that's contaminated with maggots, what's the likelihood of those maggots eating their way through those apples and contaminating the rest?
Big likelihood.
That's right. So then they're all no good. It's rotten.
Yeah.
And sometimes even in Islam as well, where silence is approval. So sometimes people also need to be brave and actually speak up as well. But people are not, though, because they sell their souls short. They sell their souls for what? Oh yeah, but I need to make a livelihood. But then now you're complaining because what is actually happening? What are we seeing now? These young people. I can tell you a scenario that happened to me when I first came out on my actual home leave. So I had to go to an AP, obviously. So I'm in this particular area. So I'm walking where the AP is. I'm walking.
Explain what AP is, sorry.
Oh, sorry, approved premises. So I'm walking down the road. There's a group of, I've identified there's a large group of young men, aged between 17 to 20. Obviously, we know, So they're blocking the road. So I can see that even passers-by, they can't really. So I was looking at I had to assess this whole situation. I'm thinking that I am a grown man. So I need to set examples here. I can't have this kind of young mentality. So allow me to give ground. I gave ground. I made myself smaller, and I just tried to navigate myself in between. What do you think's happened? So the biggest one, who I identify to be the leader, he comes very close, almost touching me. I understood what that was. That was kind of like a declaration already. What he wanted me now to do is just to say one single thing, because remember, I'm observing them, so I'm reading their body language. I know they're carrying. It's clear to see. So if I said something now, I would have ended up a victim. That's the truth. So I just carried on walking. And I said, look at these young men. And it was so heartbreaking as well, because these young men don't even understand the consequences of what they're doing. They're going to throw away their lives. Forget about whatever happens to me. Whatever happens to me, alhamdulillah. But I'm saying that these young men didn't even know that you're going to destroy your life. So imagine if I was foolish enough to say something. Now, when I went back to my DCAT, this is so some of the young men said, "What? Did they know who you are? Oh, you could have done this." I said, "Who am I?" I said, "I'm a slave of Allah. Who am I? I'm nobody." I said, "I'm just a human being. I'm just trying to navigate myself around this world in order to have God's mercy. So who am I really?" And I said, "You know what? The truth be known as well, that I would have ended up a victim, because they carried, no man's a Superman. What would have happened is that yeah, of course.
Yeah, there was only for them.
So it's irrespectively, was I scared? No, I weren't, because look, sometimes when you've been through some horrific things in life as well, it just goes beyond that. But I'm still human. I fear. I feel pain. I've been in my life, I've been a hero, I've been a coward, and I've been a villain. So I understand all this. But it's just so sad seeing our young men as well just throwing away their lives.
Yeah, and they're literally doing it for no reason to each other as well.
Exactly.
Like, we was actually standing on business. Like, we actually, I don't know, like, man would know who you're going for. Nah, they're just going for anyone off that estate, whether or not they're involved or anything. But to
But to a certain degree as well, I try to be open-minded about this whole kind of situation as well, because you see what I've actually gathered as well. Who do they have to aspire to? Let's be honest here. A lot of guys our age are, let's talk in their language, are washed up. That's the truth. They're either on drugs, the guy in betting shop gambling, they're doing all these things. They're not a role model. They neglect their duties as fathers. So these are some of the things that we need to look within ourselves as well, in our communities as well, and as men our age as well, in our 40s and so forth, and saying that what are we really doing for these young people to aspire them to become better versions of themselves? And we're not doing this. We're falling short collectively.
What do you think about Beat and Teach?
In regards to that, I believe that there needs to be more questions put towards authority and government and things like that, because I know that we're part of a system that they created. Like we said, they navigate you sometimes even to get kicked out of school and so forth.
100%.
Unfortunately, it takes us to reach a certain age before we realise the plan of what had happened. When you're a kid, you don't understand it. We're older. So even like when you said you walked up to the guys, once you go through certain things and you get like PTSD, even if you don't know it, you look at things in hindsight, you can see steps. That's why when you go to certain places, you feel a certain way, you know you're not staying here because you can see, you understand what I'm saying?
Definitely, 100%.
Right. So my thing is this, they created us, and I'm not putting the blame, because I know that us as people can do better and certain men need to do better, but there's a lot of emphasis on us trying to make better out of something that they created. Do you understand what I'm saying? They didn't do that with their communities, and they didn't do that with their kids' education, but they done it with ours. Do you understand what I'm saying?
100%.
We're a lot of the experiment. And 100%. Then all of a sudden they say, oh, you guys are this, you lot are that, but you lot played a hand in it. Like I said about the education, you lot play a hand in it. Do you understand?
100%.
And you lot try to sabotage loads of boys' destiny. Do you understand? Because in prison, we already know there's CEOs in there, there's business owners in there,
101%.
There's community leaders in there,
101%.
but they throw away the key because they don't want us in those positions.
100%.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Definitely.
And that's what we need to target more.
Good one for Black Kings. That was a good one.
No, definitely 100. And so these are some of the
You're a
reasons.
joker. But it's true though.
These are some of the reasons why that I decided as well to do this podcast. With me, I like to stay in the shadows, but I feel that it's important and it's imperative that I do as well, because you're right. I was amongst some geniuses. I know that we're going to talk further about my incarceration and everything else as well. And
Geniuses.
I'll be honest with you. One of the things that I promised them is that I would become a voice for the voiceless. So I have an obligation as well. And I know that my brothers will expect that from me. There's lots, and there's so many. As you see, like, you know, one of my brothers are here now. And there's so many individuals, great minds, and we're trying to build something, but it's very difficult as well, because obviously we're coming against a lot of roadblocks. And so exactly, so I'm feeling what you're saying. I totally understand. I concur with you. Trust me on this. So definitely, so we need to bring this awareness, and hopefully through our collaboration that we can bring this awareness. There's many great minds will blow you away. You won't even remember my name. Put my brother here. Put him on a podcast one day. It'll blow your mind. This is what I'm saying. We need more of a platform. We need more of an opportunity.
Inshallah. So what did you first get nicked for? Sorry, I'm trying to...
Yeah. No, that's okay. Sorry, I've deviated as well. So I apologize.
No, but this is fine. This is RTM. I'm here.
Really the most.
You're rating it now, innit? You can see I've got it covered. You get what I'm saying? I've got it covered. We can bring it back to, you know what I mean? Well,
I think it was what I can recall my memory, because remember, it's been a short. Mine is, I don't have a long, extensive criminal record, because obviously I was incarcerated. So I've got a common assault. I had the ABH, which was at the same time. And then the big one was wound with intent, which I'll explain to you when I was young. So from the age of 13.
13?
Yeah, I've done 5 years.
Really?
13?
Yeah, so by 14, yeah. And
So
then I had
security-
attempted, I also had attempted robbery, and that was, I got concurrent to run with 3.5 years, and that was the Abbey National.
Okay,
So-
going back to the one at 13.
Yeah.
Gave you 5 years.
Yeah, I got 5 years, yeah.
For what?
They waited though. See? So mine was wounding with intent. So
Or-
basically, yeah, I
At 13, moving.
I stabbed another young man. He's amputated one of his fingers. And so the judge, when I was 15, they sentenced me, and they gave me, yeah, they gave me 5 years for that. On hindsight, it's actually every parent's nightmare.
I'm a madman, I know.
How did that
I'm
affect
thinking
you?
that's the result, innit?
What? Being incarcerated?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me talk you through the process. So it was kind of different because
Open unit. I mean, secure unit.
So what initially happened before that, I went court for an common assault, and I think it was an ABH. And the funny thing about that situation was I was actually friends with the kid. So we actually swapped, like, it was caps. I didn't even rob him. But then they put some kind of story, like if I robbed him. So when I confronted him, obviously I'm angry, I'm young. So I beat him up. And then his cousin, that she lied as well, and I slapped her. And so that's why I actually
Common assault. Yeah, go on. I got one of them still, Miss Hodge.
Yeah.
Miss Hodge and Doncaster. Common assault.
So basically, that's what, and then what the judge said as well, that I feel, and this is the beginning of the problems as well, that I feel that your parents don't have any control over you. And then I was given social services order. So I ended up in children's home.
Like care.
Yeah, care.
Okay.
And that's like, for my family, that's a massive embarrassment. It's not even that. I've got so many aunties and uncles that would look after me. And now I'm placed in this strange place. This place is void from emotions. Don't get me wrong. There was one, like, I remember Ebony House. It was a black children's home. That was different. But still, it's not the same. I'm not with my family.
Yeah.
So then by the time I committed that offence. So I was in...
Whilst you was at the home?
Yeah. So
That's why.
they place me in Stamford Hill.
Because you must have been angry and shit.
And then
Do you know what I
I went to Orchard Lodge, then I went to Vinnie Green. But because of my behaviour again, they couldn't wait till I hit 15, so they couldn't send me to Feltham. So yeah, it was...
How was that though, man? Coming off road
So
from
did you do the
13
whole
to
5 years?
18?
Yeah, I done that, yeah. I came out at 18.
Yeah. How was that? You literally... That's your adolescence.
I'm going to tell you something. Yeah, I'm going to share that with you. So what actually happens,
his
because
childhood.
a lot of individuals actually say as well that, well, that's the second time of incarceration, you didn't learn anything. And what I actually say to individuals, with all due respect as well, that in the early 90s as well, there was no such thing as rehabilitation programs. What was it based upon? You do your time and you come out. And it's not only that as well. When we was in Feltham in those times, those early stages like 95, 96, it was like a baby fight club. Even the officers would encourage you as well that this is how you resolve situations. This is how you resolve problems, is by physical altercation. So obviously, as soon as you're back out into society and somebody tells you something that you don't like, then how do you think I'm going to respond? I'm going to respond in the way that I've actually been taught.
True.
And so that's what was actually happening. So, and the thing was was so crazy because I would, like, they were saying, what's the matter with you? Like, they done the system. I thought that they really cared. Like, it's like, yeah, they're cool. The officer's cool. He'll make me fight down the gym. So you're going down the gym, and we don't even know at that young age that there's conditioning your mind to become like in a animalistic way. And then, from being an animalistic way, then you suffer with what I call negativity, which is the self-destructive, style of actions and thoughts. That's what negativity is.
That's
and so and this is how you start. But it was like, I'm in the gym and you're constantly fighting, and then the officers are praising you. Oh yeah, you're kind of good with your fist, and you're young. Did
you feel like they was
love
only?
the
Sorry to
fucking
interject.
job.
Did you feel like they was only doing that with the black boys?
It's not always a race.
But he said negativity.
It's not
That's why
always
I'm
a race
asking
thing.
you, because it's an animalistic, the system, when
Some
you're
of
in
the screws
prison,
are
there's
black.
other. I'm just asking something.
100%.
Because you said negativity, it kind of triggered me a little bit, because it's not just black people that act like that as well.
No,
They've
definitely.
done it to white people. It's like a class of people as well. But
100%.
why did you call it that word?
I said, look, we say things that we understand and from what we're coming from. And what I saw around me, especially in those times, were people that just looked like me. Came from my communities and represented what I represented. And they happen to have the same pigmentation as me. So that's what I called it. It's that kind of whole mentality, the whole mindset. And it was actually quite, it's sad looking back as well, because I've done some reading and some research as well. And if you really think about it as well, what does it all stem back from? And you would know this as well, the Willie Lynch syndrome. So, he turns the house Negroes against
each other,
the field Negroes, the light-skinned Negro against the dark-skinned Negro.
Only one can make
The
it
male-
and stuff.
That's right. And what did he say? What was his philosophy for doing all this as well? What did he actually say as well? He says, keep their bodies strong, but their minds weak. And that's what you're actually seeing.
The
Because
slavery thing, innit?
let's be honest, we're physical specimens. I know enough man out there that is really good at their fists. Even you had interviews as well. This man is running this, and as what you said, could be CEOs and so forth. But why? It's been, as what you said as well, it's been conditioned into us, and especially to hate our own. You see this sometimes, you like tensed up. You see a group of black and you tense up. Where's my man from? We'll see. Let's pre him. Let's look at him. Let's observe him. Let's see what he's gonna do. But you're not doing it when you see a group of white guys, and they're doing exactly the same. I've seen this. I've seen their type of behavior. They're no different. But it's because our minds have been conditioned in this sense.
So what did you do in that first sentence? How did you just fight?
Yeah. So again, it's kind of like the story of my life. It's embarrassing now. It's kind of cringeworthy. Because I tell you the reasons why as
Well,
well.
it's lucky you can fight. Do you know what I mean? Doing all of that time behind the door, mate.
It's like some individuals were actually conversing about me, and not one said anything kind of positive. It was all negative. It was all about, yeah, remember when you done this, or remember when you done that, remember. And I'm thinking, what is this? How I'm going to leave the earth? Is that people only know you for negative things? And what does Islam teach us as well? It says the strong man is not the man that overcomes the people with his strength, but the strong man is the man that can control his anger at times of difficulty. And so
I'm weak. No, I'm joking.
So it was one of those it was just one of those kind of situations that I just felt that I just needed to.
How did it feel coming out?
So what, from my first sentence?
Yeah, how did it feel coming out? Because obviously from 13 to 18, did you go back to your family?
Yeah, and
you're old enough now, innit?
It was weird. And I'll tell you one of the weirdest, there was a few things that happened. So when I first came out for my first sentence, one of the things was that I'm not a child no more. Now they're telling me that I have to go by myself, and I was used to my mom coming with me. So it felt like...
That's what I'm saying. So mad, from 13 to 18, it's a weird one still. You get what I'm saying? Because I went from 16 to 18, but 16 you've already kind of, you know what's going on. 13 to 18 is a bit...
So it was weird. It was like, you're kind of by yourself. But then I had another problem as well. And my father thinks that that's what triggered me back to more criminality. Was that, so I forgot to inform you as well that, so when I was in Stamford House, I absconded. I was about 15.
Oh.
And then I was accused of robbing a lot of... Do you remember there was a trend that was actually happening, which was what they used to call shabby in the abbey. They used to fly over the counters and take the money and so forth. Now I've got conviction for one of them, but they believe that I've done a string of them.
Okay.
So what actually happened was, now prior coming out, I was finding it hard to get a bank account. They proper blacklist me.
Yeah, of course.
So I was getting increasingly frustrated as well. I was just thinking like, what's going on? My father's like, son, calm down. I'm thinking, what does he know, man? He's just, son, everything will work out. And I think, I'm not hearing that right now. I'm trying to, but... And to be fair, I've had a lot of missed opportunities as well. I'm not just going to say that there's all doom and gloom as well, because obviously, because I was always fighting as well, a prison officer actually is the one that actually got me into boxing. So he said that I believe that you should join a boxing club. So I joined a boxing club. That's from my first sentence. Okay. And I was quite successful in my amateur boxing. So, I traveled to Channel Islands. I went out there, So
you done this when you came out?
London, yeah. So I was doing very, very well. I was 18. I was cocky. I was flashy. It's, it's one of those. But so what actually happened? The whole...
What weight?
I was light middleweight.
Okay.
So I was just boxing 69 kilograms. So...
What's your amateur record?
Oh, I've got a lot, man. I've got a lot. A lot. Like, I've had a lot of bouts.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've lost some as well.
Yeah,
I can tell you some. So everybody doesn't like to. Everybody doesn't like to. Everybody doesn't like to
talk about my L's still.
Everybody doesn't like to talk about their losses and so forth. And I learned a big lesson as well. It's funny.
You have to have a couple L's to make $1 million.
It's funny that you mentioned that as well, because I always tell people as well that it's always good to stay humble. And sometimes I used to get carried away. So, I used to show off a lot and so forth. So I'll never forget this. So what happened was, when I got released, I was told that I had to go to Adults Return to Study, which was at Westminster College. And so I sparked up a lot of friendship. People knew me from before and so forth. And there were these young women. They were doing, I think they were doing like some type of filming from their college.
Okay.
And they went to film somebody. And because everybody was talking about me and my boxing doing very well, I used to show off, like Oxley and so forth. They would see that, like, when they were all small as well, I'm there with the skipping rope, skipping. And, I just thought that I've been in prison. I thought tough guys, like, ain't no one my weight category is gonna hurt me.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
R.I.P. Sharon, man. Romy came out and tried to. He had a couple bouts still.
no, of course, I know Sharon.
Yeah.
So please,
Yeah,
and
couple.
for his family as well. No, he was an exceptional individual, and I loved him, and I can tell you stories about him as well.
Yeah.
It's just so beautiful about especially the kind of like the unity as well with Sharon as well. We just quickly let's skip. So what actually happened was an incident happened with me and an officer, and this officer was he was badly injured. Not glad. So when I went to the SEG, you know, their methods in those times were as well that touch one of us, we touch one of you. I totally understand that. They didn't even wait until the governor went. They all laid into me. I understand that. You know, you take the rough with the smooth. Now, this is why I love the brother as well. What was remarkable, they must have heard, like the other guys were saying, no, that's a liberty. It's like, and I said, well, you couldn't even allow me to be on my feet and, you know, all this. But look, I totally understand. What happened next? They're saying, oh, there's an incident. We need to, Oscar, we need help. I'm thinking, right, what's going on? Little did I know that Sharon and all the brothers all came out of Juma service and they were going towards the SEG. So that's the caliber of the individual.
Yeah, come on. Like I've said on the show before.
I have respect for him. I'm not disrespecting somebody because of badness, but I'm talking about like one civil
Standing
duty
on
as well,
business.
because you have a duty of care as well. And if you're abusing that duty of care, he was a person that was observing as well that, wait there, this man is actually being abused now. Fair enough, you done what you done. And so let's go back.
Yeah, it's in one of my allegedly still. It's mad because that's how me and him linked in Chelmsford. Because I must have knocked out a screw as well. And then they was doing what they were doing and he didn't like it. And he activated, you get me, sent us both down block. Love that brother there, you get me?
No, of course, definitely.
So, yeah, boom. Rest
So, yeah.
easy, my brother.
No.
But
Yeah,
so you're doing your little
lillahi.
boxing
Yeah.
thing. Doing your little boxing
Yeah,
thing.
so they wanted to film me. So they wanted to do like a little miniature documentary. So this way, so my wife's laughing. So I'll be jogging, I'll be telling them, I said that, yeah, look, you can even look, like I've got no marks. Like, I'm good. Like, I'll be showing off, skipping, boxing. My coaches were getting angry with me. They're saying that, listen, you're taking this game as a joke. You're going to learn the hard way. Like, yeah, whatever. So, you know, everyone's coming around, they're all hyping. And so anyway, I was boxing against a guy from, I think it was Fitzroy Lodge. And I was boxing at Hilton Park Lane. So everyone was asking me, you know, I saw some officials, they're saying, do you feel good? They used to call me Pato as well. Pato, do you feel good? I said, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm going to win. You know, I'm going to destroy him and so forth. But then, you know, the day before partying, I'm just not taking it seriously. So anyway, it comes time. So I'm in the ring. And you know when something just doesn't feel right? I don't know what it was. Like, I just didn't feel myself, like, it's not coming together. So anyway, they ding the bell, like, first round. I'm moving. And the next thing, I'm looking at the chandeliers. Like, and then, do you know this, the mad sound like, I can't hear nobody.
Yeah.
I'm like, these times they're the boxer Bradley Ski and all of them, they were young then. And it's like, I'm looking and like, people like,
He knocked you out.
like, yeah, I'm just looking at the chandeliers, like, and then
Mad.
I'm getting up. And then the referee is telling me to come forward, but I can't hear him.
The ref like, you know, like.
So I'm walking back, like, you know, like the sound, I can't hear nothing.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then after that, it was embarrassing.
It's a
Like,
bit.
you know, like one of
No, but
those.
that's why I'm not
those
on that. That's why I think Jerome stopped. R.I.P. my brother. But the last one he had was a bit touch and go. You get me? But he
Techie.
called it off. So you get me? But no.
So that moment, that was a learning.
love.
That was a learning curve for me as well. That remain humble. And what tends to happen as well.
Did you ever sparks?
No, I didn't. You know what? It's kind of funny though. I never had a problem with him.
That's why I said
Do you know?
spar.
Yeah, of course. But he was a very, like, I'm not even going to try to elevate myself. I think in those days as well that he would have definitely have won. So, you know, people like to try to elevate themselves so many times. I'm not about trying to elevate myself and put other people down. In those times as well, he was boxing for ages. I was in Feltham. I went boxing. I was just,
Ibn Quincy.
I was, and Quincy as well. Quincy's another exceptional. Like, they had that boxing background. Remember, I started later on when I came out of Feltham.
Okay.
They were boxing already.
And Leroy Brown.
Yeah, I would say Leroy Brown though. From West.
Yeah.
Leroy Brown's exceptional.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I like Leroy Brown.
Yeah.
We used to have a little, arrangement as well.
Jado
because
as well.
like,
Jado, I mean, can't left my people there.
yes, I know of him. So, yes.
Yeah, so, okay. How did you end up back in jail then?
So,
From boxing?
So what actually happened was I understood that obviously, how can I say this? Do you know when, look, I believe in law and order because without law, there's no order. And without order, there's total anarchy. But we believe in justice first and foremost. So when you feel that justice is not being served and those that have a duty of care are not doing this, then you sometimes take the law into your own hands and you become a vigilante. And that's how I felt. 100%. So then what actually happened was to be fair, I just gave up. I just thought, you know what? We call it now the Jean Valjean syndrome. Okay. So what the Jean Valjean syndrome is, if you read the play or the book, is Les Miserables. So this is it's a play. A man that was incarcerated, you know, he got 7 years for stealing a loaf of bread. He ends up doing 19 years. He's bitter, but he wants to change. He comes out, he's positive, he wants to change, but society won't allow him to change. So he's saying that, okay, if you're gonna say that I'm the monster, I'm gonna be the very monster that you fear. So it was kind of like the same there, and we call it the Jean Valjean syndrome. So I was just like, I've just had enough. But I know now that the dynamics have changed. Remember, having that kind of period of time as well. So now, people are not interested in you know, like before, like a fist. They're laughing at you. What, a knife fight? Are you real? What's going to shoot you?
Exactly.
So I said, okay. Then, unfortunately...
You thought you was going to level up as well?
100%. And this is it. And so, on regards to...
Did you listen to music then?
Kind of, but not really, because I'll tell you the reasons why. My father, as what I said to you, was a 12 tribe, but he was also in the sound. He had his sound, Young Lions.
Okay.
Young Lion sound.
Yeah.
So
Bash
remember,
routine.
all my life
Ragga.
I've been around that. And not only that as well, my uncles were in the famous group Eruptions. So you might have heard the tune, I Can't Stand the Rain. This is my family. So I kind of grew around like all kind of music. Unfortunately, I wasn't talented in the voice, in the singing. So it's just...
Music just never had anything to do with why you're bad, basically. Because they like to...
Associate it with music.
Yeah, they like to associate music with
I couldn't.
the kids turning bad and all this stuff. So, yeah, so it wasn't music. And it wasn't peer pressure.
No. I can't.
It was you.
It was me.
Just
Yeah,
like
definitely.
me still. People don't get it, but yeah, I get it.
I made those decisions.
Yeah, I get
and
So when you was doing your boxing, did you have like a coach or anybody trying to coach you in the right way?
they did, a lot of people did.
Really?
We're trying to move off the boxing now, Cream.
No, it was more of the that syndrome thing what you was talking about.
Jean Valjean,
What I was going to come to actually.
We're moving on.
Sometimes it's just sometimes this like self-esteem as well, motivation.
No, because I feel like that's what a lot of the guys have when they come out, because they, you know, like if you've got a record, it's hard to find a job. Like there's so much doors that get closed on you, then you just turn, you understand what I'm saying? You get fed up and then you're like, well, do you know what? I'm just going to be bad.
We're at the firearm stage. He's upped, he's leveled up. We've gone past that. We've gone past that. You get me? We're past that.
Shut up,
You
man.
get me? Binds and that. You know what I'm saying? We've gone
You're an
past
idiot,
the
you
fighting
know.
and that. Boom. So what happened?
Yeah, so as you know already, we was moving in different degrees of dysfunctional behavior. I have to be very careful here as well,
of course,
because
of
you
course.
know my situation, and
Yeah,
when we
yeah.
go further into my case as well, you know, there's going to be lots of individuals that are going to be sitting down with notepads and pens, trying to figure out, like, so I don't want to indicate anybody else and any historical cases and anything else as well. So anyway, I received a phone call, and there were alleged, I don't want to indicate nobody, that individuals were dealing with illegal activity. So I went at about 11 o'clock to a Kai Hire place where that this illegal activity was supposed to be happening. We demanded that they hand over what they were supposed to be dealing with. I think because we were still young, considering to their age, I think they kind of took us lightly. And so, unfortunately as well, I'm not trying to justify anything, and it was horrific. I said to the person, if I should, I'm going to tell you one more time, and if I pull it out, I'm going to use it. And so I produced it, and I shot both of them.
Did any of them die?
No, they were close though, because what I didn't know at the time as well, that one was in a very critical way, and any moment they were basically saying that
Touch and
I
go.
was looking to it was going to be a murder case,
Yeah.
but the person pulled through. But at that time, I was at a bad place in my life as well, and even my arrogance is to say that, well, if I really wanted them dead, I would have shot them in, you know, like all these kind of silly things. But you have to also understand where I was actually coming from as well. I was a man that was battered and bruised from the system as well. Not just trying to blame the system, but let's take it back. So you're talking about secure units as well. I was treated, because of my behavior as well, I was treated horrendously by people that had a duty of care. So for example as well, grown men punching you in your stomach, and I'm a kid. Things like that, you know, punching you and thinking that it's totally acceptable. So you, of course, so you become angry, you become hardened, and my family saw that I was kind of like
Dark.
yeah, like very aloof, very just by myself. Like, you know, my whole mentality, my mindset changed as well. There weren't any happy moments for me. No, I was just angry. So when I came out, I didn't care. So that's how I kind of like lived my life to eventually that night. So I shot them. Me and my co-defendant, we left. Not saying too much. People do what they do. A friend's sister got arrested as well, or she was taken to the police station. I handed myself in and I admitted to my crime. Exonerated her. And
Why did you do that?
Was that your partner?
No,
Okay.
it's a friend's sister.
Okay, but why did you do that?
Do you know what?
Guy mad, innit?
No, I understand.
but
I understand what you're saying.
Why
Yeah.
did you do that? Handed
I
yourself in?
I just thought that, you know, just everything, and then
You
other
just had
people,
enough as
like,
well, I
and
think.
it wasn't even so much that as well.
No.
It was just that, yeah, one thing that my father told me, like, for example as well, is that it's not the mistakes that you have to worry about, but it's the consequences that come with the mistakes. So I understood that I made a big mistake. I made a big mistake in the sense of other people getting pulled into this. And I just thought that...
You can't.
So wait, so you've handed yourself in, put your hands up. Yeah. That is a very big burden for two attempted. I'm just going to say that. To me anyway.
Yeah, but listen to this though.
Yeah.
You have to also understand this.
Previous, I know.
Now, what they basically said was that I actually done a lot of string of shoot. They believed that I done a string of shootings and I got away with it. So that was their way of actually they get back. Because what they actually done as well, they implemented the old system. So what they said was they gave me a discretionary life. So I had a 7-year tariff.
Wow.
I was given a 7-year tariff. And remember,
Wow.
in those days as well, we're talking about 2000.
So that's like an early IPP.
So yeah, so in 2000 as well, a gun-related murder was only 20 years. Remember, I've done 22 years. I was given a tariff of 7 years, and they say discretionary. So what they were initially, they had a system of 2 strikes and you're out. So this is what. But the thing that was so difficult for me to get my head around as well, and why it was so, because what they're saying is, I think it came around in 97. Remember this, I got convicted for the crime of the young person in 95. And I was still a minor. But they still included that in order for me to still get the discretionary life.
Right.
How'd you work that out? It's not, and even up till now, they still can't explain it to me. Now they're saying that, oh, it's just discretionary. I'm not complaining about it. I'm not sour about it because I committed my crime. I understand. I put my hands up to that. But what I'm actually saying is that, let's be honest then. If you're going to go by your system and your rules, then why is that? So this is what they actually done to me. So they gave me life with a recommendation of 7.
Crazy.
Those times, I didn't really care. I just thought, I'm going to be out in 7 years. I'm going to be out when I'm 27. I'm going to go back to crime. I'm going to be...
Not knowing that this
Not
is
realising.
going to be a mad one.
Yeah.
I'm going to get my revenge on all those that took liberties. This is my mind. This is my mindset.
Obviously, it's changed now.
Of course it is.
Yeah,
101%.
just making...
No. I totally understand that. So...
Yeah, so... I want to say free chaos as well, you know.
101%.
Abdurrahim.
I love that brother.
It's the same kind of thing with him as well. You get me?
They've
done him dead.
I would like to say something in regards to that matter as well, and I know we're going to come to that as well.
That's what
he was one of the brothers that was extremely subjected to a lot of unfair things.
He still is.
Yes, and we need to. We also need to articulate this. We need to bring this to the public domain.
Yeah.
It's not right. And when you hear my testament as well and what happened to me, and I would like to thank Chaos as well for his bravery and for him helping me. There was a massive case which we're going to talk in further, a prison case which if I was found guilty, I would not be coming out now. So I'd like to thank all those brothers, all the 109 witnesses. I'd like to thank them as well for their bravery. And I know they suffered for this and the backlash. So I'd like to thank them as well.
Yeah, free him up.
My love and respect goes out to all those brothers. And I tell you the truth, I miss my brothers. I love the brothers behind it. Believe me.
And I can vouch for that.
Sometimes out here is rotten. But you know what? My brothers in there, it's just so sincere. Because you have everything stripped away from you. Everything that's taken away from you. So now you're just dealing with that person. There's no more mask to hide behind. So,
Yeah. Nah, just because he did it, he's not even a guy as well. Giant enterprise thing, isn't it?
No.
Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's a lot. It's a big bird, bro. First, stabbing as well. That's mad. But we're gonna get to that. Car. I do want to shine light on that, and I want you get what I'm saying.
100%.
Come on, we have to use these times to make them know about the man them that's still suffering.
100%.
You get what I'm saying? And them man they should be on road.
And this is why I'm here, because I said to the brothers as well that I'm not gonna forsaken you. I can understand that sometimes people lose themselves.
But yeah, so how long? So 7. So you thought you was just gonna be out in 7. When did it dawn on you? Or when did it get explained to you that that wasn't the case?
I think as years go by, you start to realize because but let's be honest here. I wasn't an easy person to get on with as well. We need to also understand that as well. I was a person as well that was very difficult, was very rebellious, and you know, I have to say this, I thank my brother like Care Bear and so forth. Like I said to him like just the other day as well, I said, what made you like, because I was a liability, even outside, like I'm a liability, like what made you invest, like take your time? And he says like, I saw your potential. So this is what we need.
How long do you do?
He hasn't done no.
What's it called? I only go in jail to spend time with people
Carrots.
on remand. But I know I don't have no case. They just try, when it's something minor and I can get bail, I choose not to get bail, go in to spend time with man. When they've got issues on the wing, the officers or the people that run the prisons call me over to calm them down. Not just him, other people as well. But what it is, he's got potential and they need to know how to maximize intelligence. The most thing what I taught him, what you're saying earlier, is that I teach people how to be more powerful mentally than physically. So basically, whatever you're doing, it's about efficiency. We're very valuable, but we don't have outlets to express our value. So I show them alternatives, and that's why certain man appreciate me. And that's what happened. A lot of man had a lot of energy and skills, but I showed them how to get much more with less headache and lots of other ways as well.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, that's
Alhamdulillah.
awesome.
And remember this is not a prison thing. I knew him before I went to prison.
Okay.
So, you know. Just,
So yeah, bro, how did it go from 7 years to doing 22 years, bro?
so let's go back.
That's mad.
Let's be honest. I continuous fights, prison guards. I just didn't care. I said, okay,
Sounded
This
like
is
Charles
what-
Bronson, mate.
this is what's gonna happen. So this is what I'm gonna do. So basically, I was just constantly fighting, constantly with prison guards, and just being moved constantly up and down the country, everywhere. Then obviously I had my escape attempts again.
Tried to get out of there.
Yeah, so the Old Baileys. So we tried to.
As what?
Yeah, I tried to, but it never happened, and a lot of people got injured in the process of that. as
As
well.
he got out of there, innit?
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
Big up Azzy.
and his family as well. I know his brother. So
Bob, then what?
so it
He
was
was just
just
sending you up and down the place. You
it
go
was just-
Franklin, dispersals?
It was just constant. But I would like to say something. I would like to. Yeah, of course I've been dispersal. Obviously, I was an ACAT prisoner as well.
Yeah, started
So-
off there.
So what actually initially happened as well, I actually started, on this sentence, I started as a young offender.
Okay.
So I was 20 years of age. So they sent me back to Feltham.
Okay.
So during that period as well, when I was in Feltham, it was like all a playground. Because I tell you why, I think at that time as well, they were doing an operation, especially Trident as well. A lot of people were actually, at that time, at that point, a lot of people were getting arrested. So
That when you was with Smitty.
yeah, and Diney and so forth.
Yeah, come on, man, free up, free up.
And at that time when I came in as well, I had 9 cousins that was also in there as well. And they all had their co-defendants. And then there was all your people as well in there. And we all collaborated, and, you know, there was everybody else. And so it was actually pandemonium. You know, we just saw it like, well, we're not listening to you. We're going to do our own thing. And then obviously it was totally... And I think the final straw, when they started me up, because they actually started me up, and it was instant that it kind of... It was... We were going on a visit, me and my cousin, and obviously we encountered a gentleman that was a red band, and he was of a fair size. And
he speaks mad, innit? He was of a fair size. You know, like, God, I could never wire you, even if I wanted to. He speaks too much proper English. God.
and he was trying to intimidate us. So, you know, because I felt insecure within myself as well, obviously I reacted. I asked him, who are you looking at? Rather than me actually saying that, like, maybe I look familiar to him. Maybe I remind him of somebody. And so what, even if he looks as well.
Now you know the thing, man. You needed pages. You know the
It
thing.
doesn't really matter. But anyway, I said that, and he just thought that, yeah, I think he was waiting for something. He just threw down his stick and he said, yeah, let's go.
Right, he didn't even care about his red band.
No, he was, I congratulate the gentleman.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Red bands normally schoolboys.
Unfortunately, that it didn't work out well for him.
Of course it didn't. Long day for him.
But what happened was we were supposed to go on a visit. So me and my cousin had a double visit. Then the officer blew the whistle. He had the whistle. We blew the whistle. Can they get back? And then we had to go back. So whilst we're walking back, I think it was like opposite Quail and Partridge. I can't remember I think I was on Partridge and he was on Quail, the other way round. There was ones for like attempted murders and murders. There was all on one and the other side. My cousin was still arguing with this officer. I don't know what happened. Remember, I was on the other side. I've gone onto my wing. Next thing, the alarm bell goes off. And you know, instinctively as well, you're just thinking, I said, I hope that's not my cousin, you know. That's what I said to them. They're like, no. What I didn't know at the time, which I then got told, was that they were doing a kind of like George Floyd moment on my cousin.
Oh, don't lie.
Yeah.
Choking him out.
And then, you know, we can say this though, because this is all documented. Then Dwaine and so forth, they humped my cousin out.
You free up Dwaine, man.
Yeah. So they physically humped my cousin, and due to that, the whole wing erupted. So now they've got a problem on their hands. Now, why they said they came for me after, so they got the tornado team. They really messed them up. Then they're trying to say that when they came for me now, remember I'm on the other side, they said that they heard
Tornado
someone
came
say,
for you as well?
yeah, they said they heard someone say that let's get Patterson. So that was justification for them to move me. But the weird thing about it was as well, I had 9 cousins in there. 4 of them had the same surname.
Yeah, so which Patterson?
So what are you talking about? But they moved all of us. They got rid of all of us.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. So what happened was they dealt with them. Before that, or prior though, I'd be honest with you, there was a moment where that on our side as well, the young people, you know, the young men, they actually stopped us when everyone was looking like to say, what, say the word. And it was like, my cousin looked at me and he was just like, they're not ready for this. And I just thought, you know what, no, let's go behind your door. We just went behind our door, but they came for me anyway. They weren't playing around. They came in, bang.
Yeah, come on.
Dragged me out. Next thing I know, I'm down reception.
Where do you get started up to?
Chelmsford.
Oh, Chelmsford.
So I went to Chelmsford.
What was that like, first being with all the older guys?
I think it was time.
I remember when I got started up in it. But see, the first time guy did, now my cellmate was some old man. I keep talking about him. Ninja, some white man with some long grey hair, but it was mad. You know, like going from juvie into a big man jail. It was mad. I'm not even gonna lie. That was my cellmate, some old guy. I remember I came back one time and he forgot to flush the toilet. I had to go so sick on him.
I think it was a bit different though, because the dynamics in those times. So we're talking about.
I rather it though.
We're talking about in 2000 here. So they had this 2000, and it's a BCAT. They had this old way of like what they would tend to do in those times as well. They would have like what you would call a gym guy that's very big. Normally 9 times out of 10 he's white, and it will be kind of like the guy on the wing. This is how they were fronting, depending on what prison you're in.
Yeah.
And
So
they will turn a blind eye to the things that he's doing as long as he can kind of keep the order.
Yeah.
But then what happened with our generation now, it turned everything upside down, because those that are supposed to give in orders are becoming victims. So they're thinking, what can we do? There's a major problem here. So I went to Chelmsford. A guy came up to me and he says that this is a different place, little boy. Like, I'm just thinking, it came out of nowhere. Like, you know, this white guy's telling
Yeah, I
me,
was about to say it was a bit racist then as well.
you know, like
The boy and all
and
that.
yeah, you don't call a black person a boy. I'm not saying that he was racist, because I
but
don't know
it's
what
just
his
a trigger.
intentions was, but you know, that's one of those. So obviously, I think we know what the script was, what happened next,
Long day for him.
and then. Oh, sorry, I don't.
Long day for him. That's my new one still, you know. It's a long day for a man. It's mad. Because
So
we've,
then
all had a few long days. Do you know what I mean?
So then obviously that happened, and then basically incident with an officer, they moved me. So from Chelmsford, I've been moved so many times, so please excuse me. So from Chelmsford, I think I then went to, yeah, that's it. I think they sent me to Belmarsh. Then they said that I was potential Cat A. This is where the Cat A, potential
That's
Cat
where it
A.
started.
Yeah. So then from
What was the marsh like landing there the first time after hearing all the was that the first time in the marsh?
That was, yeah.
Yeah.
So that was, what's it, 2000? Yeah, so that was 2000. So I went to Belmarsh. Again, exactly the same. Officer, I think there was a resident first, unfortunately. And then officer,
Long day.
unfortunately.
Oh my gosh.
And
long
then
days.
they moved me to another wing, and then that's where I can say this now anyway. I met up with Dwaine Daniels, and he was having an incident with an officer, and he asked me that, look, if anything happens to me, could you call my mother? I then said to him as well, what do you think this is? You're my friend. So I'm packing my stuff as well. So we do it together. And then we done what we needed to do. Then there was a situation. So what we done was we barricaded after we done what we done. And then they went and got the tornado team.
Again.
And then they really messed me up.
Yeah. Stand back yourself.
That tornado
No, we didn't do
team
that.
there.
We fought them.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So they had, what was quite clever as well, what they do as well, they had 3 teams. So the first team, we pushed them back. The second team, and by then we was exhausted. I just remember going up and coming down, and then blanked out. I don't remember. Then down the seg, clothes all cut, my face is in a mess, a real big mess. They got worried. They called the doctor again because I weren't moving. And yeah, so
from there, where?
And then I stayed. So from Belmarsh, remember, it was very difficult for them because I was moving so many places. Like, I give you an example. I was on remand for a year. Within that time, remand, I was in Belmarsh 3 times. I was in Pentonville twice. I was in Scrub twice. I was, did I say 1-0? 1-0 about twice. Those days as well, I think it was High Down. I was also in High Down as well. I just kept on. Like, sometimes even going for court appearances, then the other prison saying
else.
that
They don't want you back there. Yeah.
we don't want him back. And
What was
so
the
forth.
worst one for you?
What, as remand? Or just prison in general?
Just in general.
I would probably say it was. We'll get to that when I was
at
in.
the end.
We'll get to that when we was in solitary confinement. But I would probably say it was Full Sutton.
Wait
Okay.
till we hear the rest of them.
So that kind of continuously
Shut up.
that continuously happened until I got convicted. Once I got convicted, I went to a lifer wing, which was Wormwood Scrubs, which was D wing at the time.
Scrubs.
There was a Asian governor. Her name was Miss Actor, and I think she believed in the process of change. So she was I think she found me amusing, because at the same time, as much as I demonstrated a lot of violence, I was still polite. It was just that if somebody triggered me. Does that make sense? And then again, what they tried to, I'm not gonna lie to you, they did try, like, they allowed us to have pads and gloves, and I was still doing my boxing training and things such as that. And then an incident happened with me and the gym officer.
Long day for the gym officer.
Unfortunately.
Oh my God.
So from there I was taken to the SEG.
Yeah.
From the SEG, then they said to me, like, what are we gonna do? Like, you're young and you're just gonna end up spending the rest of your life in prison. So then they recommended that I go to education. So from the SEG, I was going to education.
Oh, is it? Sick.
Yeah, that's what they done for me. And I met up with this lady. She's amazing. Her name's Angela. She's the head of the education. I think she's still the head there. And Ian Mohammed. And they helped me. And one of the things that she first, I think this is where the the spark happened. It weren't the full change yet, but it was the spark. She said to me that you're a very intelligent person, but I can see that it's been a long time since you've educated yourself, and even your mannerisms and the way you talk. And so I'm going to train you on, it's all good when you're talking to members of your community and people that know you, but sometimes when you're dealing with other individuals as well, you need to understand their language as well and what they're basically saying. So what she done was she took me through my the transitional change. And how that was as well was by reading also a lot of books as well. So I was getting books sent in to me. She made me do presentations, Ian Mohammed as well. And then I became like a education rep as well. I helped 2 blind guys as well achieve their personal development certificates and things such as that.
Sick.
So,
Had you taken Shahada by then?
I
you have?
took my Shahada a long time ago, since I was 16.
I'm going mad. You win. We should have spoke before. But when did you take your Shahada? Sorry, that's a big part.
Of course.
Of this thing.
Oh
You know
yeah,
what
it was
I'm
gonna
saying? It's a big
occur
part
soon.
of this thing. That's why I thought you was doing all of this as a Christian, Church of England, but I didn't know. I'm going mad.
Here we
But
are.
I know. Listen. Well,
I took my Shahada when I was actually 16.
okay.
I had a friend named we used to call him Jamman. So he was in prison as well. We were like the 2 smallest on the wing.
The first time you went, Joe.
Yeah. So it was like Dunlin and Eagle. They were
Yeah, I
the
remember that.
yeah, they were the wings, and we were on the rugby team. But we needed to build up because we was too small. So he used to explain to me Islam, but in his version, but it still made sense. If that makes sense,
Yeah.
even though that he didn't really articulate himself in that sense, like he's like, yeah, but I was always an inquisitive person. I always used to ask questions.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking this, and he's like, yeah, it's like. And so one day I went to the mosque, and then the imam of the time, I think they got rid of him. He was a straight, and then I just liked it. I just thought, you know what, this is for me. This is the truth. And I embrace Islam.
Straight
But there's
away.
a difference, because people will say that, well, if you embrace something that was so true to you and you honestly believe, then why were you doing all these things? You have to understand that in those times as well, the whole dynamics was different. What I found in those times as well is that us as Caribbean people, we were kind of isolated still. It was weird. Like, I give you an example as well. I didn't get to learn how to pray until I was about 24. Because sometimes, even when I was released as well, you go to certain mosques and they'll look at you like, what are you doing here? They don't even want to, like, ankle to ankle, shoulder to shoulder. They don't want nothing to do with you, like. And automatically, some of them was kind of undermining as well. Like, before they even ask you, like, brother, what's your name? They say, oh, your name Bilal? Why Bilal?
Astaghfirullah.
That's right. We know who Bilal was. So Bilal is, he embraced Islam. He was one of the early Muslims.
Black.
Yes, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
And he was the one that caused the adhan. He went through many persecution, but he was a strong brother. Alhamdulillah. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam regarded him so highly that he says that when he entered paradise, he heard Bilal's footsteps. They're ready. So this is on the high regard that he actually has. But for some reason as well, what was happening, especially in the early 90s as well, it seems like some of the Afro-Caribbeans that were being converted to Islam, it was always this sense of like, yeah, call him Bilal. There's no harm in that. Alhamdulillah, it's an honor.
Astaghfirullah.
But
That
it's
is
just
an honor,
that,
but why the black man though? Why? I lie, fam. Come on, man.
Prophet Muhammad was a black man too, you get me? And they just try to skate around it. It's long. If anyone's got a situation when they're ready, I'm easy to find, and I'll most probably find you first. But carry on.
So yeah, so these were the things that I couldn't really get my head around, and it was just like, wait, we're supposed to be brothers here. So how much do you really love me? Do you love me enough for me to marry your daughter?
Hell no.
Do you
Hell no.
do you love me do you love me enough for me to come around to your house? Do you really? And the thing was as well, I started to, like, obviously, again, I was always inquisitive. So I started to educate myself in the concept of Islam, and to understand certain concepts. And I said, I've got bad news for you, for you guys that look down upon us. That, did you know that, let's look at the history of Islam. So when our beloved Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was being persecuted, and the small groups of Muslims at that time, they went to Abyssinia. That was Ethiopia. That was Africa. They went there and seek refuge. So Africa as a continent was Muslims way before the Asian, or what you call the Arabian Peninsula. a lot of these Arab states now, but they will look and they will say that, yeah, we have more of a claim of Islam than you. And in reality, if you look at the history of Islam, that's not how it works. But we know this though, but it's people's ignorance. So for that, and still being young, I just kind of like, as much as I knew myself being a Muslim, but I just felt that I weren't really being helped.
Right.
At that time. Now it's different. But I'm saying at that time, I just felt it weren't.
You didn't feel like you'd been embraced fully.
Accepted.
100%. And so, obviously, and then we go back to me being in prison.
Yeah, we can go back now.
And so, yeah, so with the education. So I'd read books, give presentations. One of the things that she always used to do as well was play around with the dictionary. Like give us words and, you know, things such as that. So it was going well. And then, unfortunately, another incident happened.
In education?
No.
Okay.
This one was at visits. So again, an officer.
Where are we now?
So we're in Wormwood Scrubs.
Oh, we're in Scrubs still.
Yeah. So on the visit, a situation happened, and unfortunately, back again. So I'm back in Seg. Incidents happened.
Cut you off? Did they cut you off?
No, not yet, because the governor was fighting for me.
Okay.
So what she said was, you're gonna have to go. But she said, I'm gonna really try to get you into a therapeutic community. I just feel that you've got a lot of like anger issues, but you are a
good,
she said
guy.
that you are a good individual. That's what she said in her words. It's not in my words. So she said, I'm gonna really try to help you. I don't know how she done it. She actually got me into the therapeutic community. So then I went to Dovegate. So I'm at Dovegate. So it was a therapeutic community. So it was very
teachers there.
It was very difficult for me at first to digest a lot of things when some people was talking about their offences. I just can't understand it. I'll be honest with you. It's something that I understand people make mistakes, but there's some demonic things. Like it was hard for me. Eventually anyway, incident happened there. So we were supposed to, so what used to happen, this was in 2000, I think it was roughly about 2003.
About therapy wing. Some of them don't deserve no therapeutic wing. Sorry, that's just my opinion.
I understand.
Do you understand what I'm saying? When you think of some of the things they're doing and you're on a therapy wing, getting therapy, do you understand what I'm saying?
You don't know who's there. You don't know, what, did you have to be there with the bacon and that?
Of course, everyone mixes. So, yeah. Therapeutic, Dovegate. That's what I'm saying.
Mad wing.
So, an incident happened, and it was to do with Muslim service. So the incident occurred, and I asked the officer if I can, pray. And he basically, it's just his whole persona and everything. And then the incident happened, and then obviously I was kicked out. Then I went to Swarside.
What was Swilly saying?
Yeah. It was good again because, it just felt like I was just with everyone that I knew, it was nice. It was that kind of that family feel.
Cooking out the food.
100%. And then obviously incident happened. And then they moved me to Whitemore.
What was Whitemore saying?
Yeah. So initially, it's a bit different. When I first initially went to Whitemore, it was very it was very barbaric. Yeah, because there was gangs in it. So obviously, there's a lot of politics. So there was a lot of fighting, people getting hurt, and things such as this. There was no disorder. There was irrespectively whether somebody was a Muslim or not. And at that time as well, there was only a few of us that was actually going to the mosque.
Okay.
So they weren't a big intake.
It wasn't like a big ummah.
No, it weren't initially. And so then what actually happened is it's amazing. It's a beautiful thing. The structure started to happen. So structure in the sense of that. Just we all like to live in a safe environment. We all like to want to feel safe. You want to be able to, come out of your cell and just feel safe. And again, about the bullying issues and so forth. And that's when certain activities and certain behavior was put to an end.
Yeah. So he's moving. So this is what you lot done in Whitemore. Is that where you met AK?
No, I met him in. We're going to tell that story.
No, okay, no, because you were telling me them man there, like with them that they couldn't play no music on the wing because of them man there.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, he said you lot said no music.
Me personally,
and there was no music now on the wing. I was like, I had my headphones still. But yeah.
No, let me.
Man said, yeah, you can't be next door to them man. You have to have your headphones on.
Let me correct that as well. That misconception as well.
Oh, he was going mad.
No, I understand that there's some, like, already that in all kind of communities as well, that sometimes, people's misunderstanding, lack of understanding, sometimes lack of empathy, that sometimes things can happen. But it weren't initially like that. So it's just about having respect for your neighbours, because initially there used to be a system in place. You can ask anybody that's been in the dispersal system that after a certain time, like, the music, the sound, everything goes. I'm not saying that it didn't happen and some people may have, but my philosophy was as well that I'm not focused on you, I'm focused on me. But yes, if that interrupts my studying, then I will talk to you as a man as well, and respectfully as well, and say, look, please, could you turn down your music just slightly? Who am I to tell you that what you can and what you can't do? I will explain to you that yes, as Muslims as well, we don't agree with listening to music. But we understand that everybody also, there's not a single, tell me a perfect person. Tell me a person that hasn't got a defect. So it's not for me to try to dictate who can and what they can't do. It doesn't work anyway. And there's guys in there, come on. What do you think? I'm God? It's not going to happen. So, yeah. So, this is...
Started structure in Whitemore. That's where you started the, like one order thing.
Yeah, so it
went... but the Ummah.
No, it weren't really like that. See, because people are having this kind of misconception. Now, you have to also understand the backdrop of this as well. In those times as well, there was a lot of things that were going on. So, you could say in the world with what they would consider to be like, acts of terrorism and things that are happening in this country. So what was actually happening as well, that there were certain individuals that, especially European gentlemen, that were taking it upon themselves as well, was to say, well, this is our country, what are you doing here? Beating up certain vulnerable individuals, not knowing their full case. And what my problem was as well, that if you love your country so much, then what are you doing destroying your country then? If you loved it so much, you're in prison for a reason. So what about the IRA, man? Why aren't you attacking them? It didn't make any sense. So is this really about what they've done, or is this really a racial thing and it's disguised as, well, because they're in for terror-related instances, I'm going to target them? Because then, to be fair, it's supposed to be gloves all off for everybody. And I didn't really see that kind of treatment. So, and the misconception as well was this. So in 2000, when it really it escalated on regards to the situation between, you could say, well, I would probably consider them like EDLs. It's, like
Tommy Robinson.
Keep, everything
Tommy
English.
Robinson's boys.
I don't know whether they're his boys or whatever, but
EDL, he's the founder, isn't it?
It's, I say their behavior and their mannerisms, it resembles that type of. It happened in 2007, and the thing was as well, what a lot of people don't know as well, it happened with 2 non-Muslims. So what actually, I can tell you now. So there was a non-Muslim and he used to be around Muslims. An Afro-Caribbean gentleman. You would know him if I mentioned his name, but
Yeah.
out of respect, I can't.
Yeah, come on.
He had an incident with another gentleman from up north, a white guy. This guy was always seen like, punching the pads. He was a boxer, supposed to be really good. Everybody knows of him. So they caught up. So they said, okay, let's have a fight. That's the way they wanted to resolve their situation. Who are we to tell them? If that's what you want to do, then by all means. So they went into the cell and they were fighting. Now, for some reason, the guy who's the boxer is not really dominating in the way that he thought he could dominate this gentleman here. So now his friends are saying that, yeah, we're going to go in there. But the brother that was there was saying that, no, it's fair. There's one-on-one. Look at even the size difference. It's like David and Goliath. Like, leave it. So they were adamant. And so the brother then turned around and said that, you see, as Muslims as well, once we've honored something, we stick to our honor. So he punched the other individual and they ended up fighting. So there's some type of skirmish.
2 fights now.
So what happened was, what we found out, they sent a letter across to different wings saying to go down to the gym to get this brother. But little did they know as well that at the time when they decided that they wanted to do this, all the brothers are doing their workouts there. So about 10 of them went down there to injure the brother, and they ended up getting hurt. So now they're all
Backfired.
Yes. Now they're all in the seg. But rather than actually speak the truth as well of what happened with the situation, they went to Franklin. They got shipped out to Franklin, which is their kind of like mothership.
Yeah.
So what they done was they spent a narrative that, yeah, this is what the Muslims are doing. So obviously they were upset as well. Fair enough, these guys. And they started to attack the Muslims.
In Franklin?
Yeah. And look, we need to speak the truth. Like, a lot of people give misconceptions. They hurt them. So, they hurt the brothers at the time that was there. The ones that got hurt. So then,
Scousers.
there's all a mixture. There's
Scousers are mad racist. I support Liverpool still. Man.
So
I was upset to hear that. Yeah.
So what they basically done, they done this. So when the rest of the prison estate heard this, a lot of the brothers were putting in applications to go to Franklin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try and pattern up.
So some of the brothers went there, and then obviously they said, who had the ring?
Kay went there.
So some of the brothers went there, and then the incident happened there. And what was kind of shocking from what I got told as well with this incident, because I got told this by the primary source, that when they were fighting half the wing, the officers were only holding down those 4 brothers, and they were being kicked constantly in their heads by the prisoners that were there. So these were the kind of treatments that were happening. So now you can understand when the officers are complaining, oh yeah, I just got attacked. You got attacked because now brothers are not seeing you as a civilian anymore. They're seeing you as actually a criminal, because this is what you're doing. You're doing criminal things. So this is what escalated, and then from what you know of, and then they tried to spin a narrative that the Muslim boy gang. So now we're going to get to my situation. So I'm at Juma service, and after Juma service, a person's throat get cut. Yeah.
In the mosque?
Yeah.
That's stuff.
So yeah, his throat gets cut, and they pin it on me. So what happened was, initially they all come, and brothers are blocking them at first, saying, yeah, we're going to take Patterson. But we need to understand the backdrop of this. 2 weeks before this, and we all knew that something was going to happen. There was a brother, and he was being restrained by an officer. But I didn't like the way they were restraining him. Again, I call it another George Floyd moment. I couldn't just not protest. I had to. I couldn't see that, because you can hear when somebody, I do jiu-jitsu. So when you blocking somebody's airwaves as well, the person's actually basically choking as well, you know that it's close, and obviously he's angry. I'm not saying that I saw the start of the incident, But what I'm actually saying is you've got him under control now. He's pinned to the ground. He can't do that. Just release his neck. That's all. You can put your hands there, whatever you want to do, but release his neck. They didn't do this. So what they said was a few of them got injured. So they said it was me. So I was taken to the seg. Now, normally, especially in dispersal as well, you get shipped out straight away. So you'll stay down seg for a while, and then basically they'll just move you on. They didn't do this with me. After about, this what was very strange, and everybody's kind of like, well, what's going on? After about a few weeks, they put me back on the wing. And so brothers were saying, be careful. They're looking to set you up.
Yeah.
And I was like, nah, like, it's weird. Like, you're accusing me of this. The police are involved now. It's conflict of interest. I'm not supposed to be here.
Yeah.
It's criminal charges. This is what they're basically saying. And it's not one officer, there's a few. So now, let's go back. Let's fast forward it. This person's throat gets cut. They're saying that it's me. So they come, they've taken me. But that's not it. They haven't even ended there. Next thing I know, the whole seg is being filled up with brothers. Vans are coming up from everywhere, taking groups of brothers, all healthcare, everything. All brothers are getting shipped out. Then they came back to me, another brother, let's just say Bash. We just mentioned his name, Bash. I love that brother. You know, I love him, man. He suffered a lot. And I hope one day you have him on your podcast as well.
Inshallah.
No, seriously, very good brother, man. I love you. I love you, brother. You know who you are. So a few of us, they said that had a lot of influence within the prison estate. And they classified me as one of them. So what they done was, the first thing they done, they went to the Home Office. They put me as an ACAT. They changed my category from the Home Office. They made me an ACAT, which was mad quick. Like, it's like, how do you do this? There's supposed to be a process, everything, but it was so all immediate. But I'm going to tell you why after. So I was made a ACAT. After this, they said, we are putting you through the process of the CSC estate. I'm thinking, what's that? I've never heard of it. Close Supervision Centre. So it's what you mentioned earlier, Charles Bronson.
Yeah. Got one in Woodhill, innit?
So yeah. So they're saying that you are one of the ones that's been flagged up as one of the most influential. There's 10 of you, and you're causing too much of a problem within the prison estate. So I said, okay. So there was me, there was a couple of other brothers. Eventually, anyway, they done an assessment there, because you go through an assessment process. They said that I fit the criteria, because now they're using my pass. Saying, look, this man, I'm very manipulative and everything else as well. They used all these kind of keywords. Then they sent me to Woodhill for further assessment. So then I went on to Woodhill, and it was absolutely like...
How did you find Woodhill?
I'm going to tell you, like, when I first entered, now that I'm a CSC prisoner, I was on a 7-man unlock, full PPE. So that means protective.
With the dogs?
Yeah, with the dog handler. I was double ratcheted. So double handcuffed and handcuffed. They were very hostile. But it was weird. The only way I can kind of describe it was, it felt like a graveyard. It just broken souls. Like, as soon as you got on there, it was like, in the daytime, you could hear like, not even a pin drop. It was that's a weird sensation. And they were just giving orders, like, they were so robotic. There was no emotions and everything. I understand that they're probably also victims of circumstances as well. They have to be conditioned in that way, because you are now considered one of the most dangerous prisoners in the whole entire country. So they have to deal with you a different way. I understand that. But it was like, I know they've made a lot of changes thanks to Kevin Thackeray's parents as well, that's campaigned about the ill treatment of the CSC and what was happening.
Because did they try to give you medication?
Yeah.
That's it.
That's another thing as well. No, what they tried to do with me as well, they tried to say that we believe he's so unstable, so they tried to get psychiatrists. I'm so glad though, through the mercy of God as well. Because they could still, whether I agree or not agree, they could have sent me to Broadmoor or something, saying that, there's something mentally. They said they tried to say that I had psychopathic tendencies. The woman said, no, he's perfectly okay. And, I thank God for this. So they tried another angle. Now, what they done to me as well, they put me on the highest unlock. So it was like 7-man, full PPE. And when I went in there, I had nothing at all. I couldn't have trainers. I couldn't have my toothbrush. I couldn't have no cutlery. I couldn't have anything. And then you have to work for everything. And because now they're saying that I'm in for terrorism. Now they're making out like if so the officers are being really hostile. It's like, so you want to destroy our way of living? What are you talking about? Do you know what I'm in prison for? So now it's become like my offense don't even exist no more. Now it's about terrorism. How has this worked? So what happened was I had nothing at all. This very just the 4 walls. And then slowly, officer has a compassion, says, later on, just throws me a book in, because they've got hatches. So they pull that, throw a book in, then start reading, and eventually you can start getting television and everything. But I was on like a full PPE for nearly a year. Like no human contact. Anytime I'll leave anywhere just to go to showers or to the exercise yard. So what was happening is we looked forward sometimes being on the exercise yard because you get to see others. Like
human contact.
Yeah, they're cubicles,
No
but
contact.
you don't.
Yeah.
You're not actually in. You're not actually in there, but you're like, but you're next.
You can see, man.
Yeah. So that's the highlight. You look forward to it, like it's kind of crazy, but it was like with me. They said that I was too influential, so initially I wasn't allowed to have anybody beside me,
even in exercise.
Yeah, even in isolation. Could you imagine that? At one stage, they moved me as well, saying that I'm having too much of an influence. And it was just absolutely crazy. And then eventually, obviously... But one of the things that I spoke about as well, because I remember once my probation was saying as well, that do you think that you might be suffering with
PTSD?
Yeah, PTSD. And I actually said... I don't really know, but I know some of the methods. And when I explained, and another professional person said that that's what they do in military prisons. And what they actually done as well, when I first went there as well, when I was in the SEG, they would obviously give you their clothing to wear, but it would be like 2 sizes smaller. So already that you're feeling kind of insecure, they're breaking your
away.
They're breaking your confidence. They're breaking, they're trying to mold you into. And I'll never forget, there was one particular officer as well, and he says, "We'll give it to you, Patterson, but we're going to break you." And one of the things that I always remembered there, and it's funny that I would remember, because remember, this person is not my friend. This person is that he's not compatible for people like ourselves. But I remember the ill treatment that they gave him. So you had this racist guy, and I think his mother died. So we have compassion for that, irrespectively. And so he was banging the doors. You ask for a phone call, and it's like regimented time. Like they'll do the applications, and they'll see what they can do to actually. And it all depends on what unit you are, what SIG you're in. They like to move you around a lot. And so he was saying like, "Look, my mum's just died. I just need to phone her just to say, I just need to phone like."
She's died.
No, sorry.
No,
he said, "I just need to phone my family and so forth." Sorry, that's my fault.
I'm just saying it.
He said, "I just need to phone my family. I just need to, I just need to talk to somebody." And I'll never forget this. The officer said, "Kick the door one more time." He said, "Go ahead, kick the door one more time." So he done it. He went bang. And I'll never forget this. He said, "Lads, let's suit up." I saw the joy in his face. Then they went in.
Pussy, oh, you know.
They beat him. So people shouting out through the door, come on, man, this leave him now. And, you know, like, there was a lack of compassion. I think he wet himself. He done a lot of things as well there. And then I saw the women officers where they were laughing. They were wiggling their little finger because obviously that he weren't welling down. So, so it was, they were taking a mick. You know, something they cut your clothes and, you know, things like this. And
I'm saying it. God. No, that one's mad, but God. I know. That's kind of mad.
So, yeah. So, that really impacted. It was weird. It was just like, and it was crazy because once I had to go dentist and they had all the security around. I'll never forget this. And all this officer, it was just horrible. And you know, we have the Alsatians, the dog that follows him. And he took off his visor. I'll never forget this. And he hugged and embraced the dog. Dog's licking his face.
Yeah,
they're playing with the dog. And I'm thinking, look at the compassion he's shown. And we just want a little tiny bit of compassion and you can't even give us that. And some of the things were so unnecessary as well because I can understand as human nature as well. If I insult you, then you would be inclined to insult me. I totally understand that. But when I'm not doing anything, like I go to the exercise yard, I come back and then my cell's all ransacked. Everything's on the floor, broken. There's all dirt on my bed. There's everything. And you're just thinking like, was this necessary?
They're literally trying to turn you mad. Literally.
You let people know what GOAD is and the ghost train that leads from GOAD and how it affects man. Because when people on the ghost train, they send them to prisons where they're outnumbered, where there's 5 black men and 5,000 white men.
That's correct.
So forth.
Oh, well.
They do that when they feel they can't handle you.
Can you hear him?
And this is a period when you went through a lot of things.
Can't hear him.
You had on, because people public need to know about GOAD.
No, of course,
So
definitely.
That's even mad from the time before. But yeah, boom, good order and discipline.
Yeah, so sorry, as my, you know, companion and my brother actually said as well, we need to not only highlight because yes, I've spoken about the CSC and that's less than 1% that would ever experience that. But we also need to highlight as well those that are placed on GOAD, good order and discipline. And he's correct as well, and what we used to call the ghost train. So when they transfer to prisons, could be way up north or way down south, where that they are in the very minority and they're surrounded by a sea of angry faces. And what do you think the likelihood's going to be? So these are the things that they constantly do. And then when a person defends himself, then what's actually happened? It's actually considered that he's still being a disruptive prisoner, but it's not the case. It's because of all the other things that are actually happening in between that. For example, as well, when I've been moved all up and down the country as well, I went to a seg. Do you know what they were singing? They used to do this, these racist guys. Now I find it amusing because I like to give them a history lesson. I like to show them about their history. But they used to sing a song like Little Monkey. So they'll go, little monkey on the treetop. Where's the banana? Where's the banana? So as soon as I would respond and try to educate them historically, the governor would then turn around and say, you're nicked. I'm in seg. I'm nicked. Oh, you're causing a problem. But you didn't just hear the racism. I'm not even being racist. They're saying that I'm inciting. So these are the things that we're basically being subjected to. And this is true. And it's not good on people's mental health as well. We're talking about not only on good order and discipline, because there is no, you have to also understand, especially when you're a long-termer or lifer as well, there is no time limit. So they're keeping some brothers for years. Like, I understand that I was in solitary confinement for 7 years, but I was on CSC.
Is that from Woodhill?
Yeah, 7 years.
You done 7 years in Woodhill?
No.
From that time?
I moved around, but I was CSC.
So you moved around and then went back to Woodhill?
No, so what actually happens is, let me educate you on the CSC. So the CSC is, the main assessment is in Woodhill, but they have other units.
Okay.
So they have a unit in Whitemore, they have a unit in Full Sutton, they have another unit in Wakefield, which is the cages, which is the very worst.
Bare bacon.
And no, but we're talking about
Wakefield,
units here. Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
mental.
And then all the segs from the dispersals, or you can go to like the Belmar seg, and then you can go to the dispersals like, you know, Franklin, Long Larton, and you get moved around. So what was actually happening at the time as well? Obviously, they took a great disliking to me because they thought that I was this radical. So there was one particular officer that really took a great disliking to me. And every time I came out, eventually they came off their visors and everything. They were just wearing like a stab-proof vest and things such as this. He would always be the one that would want to wand me down. And he kept on hitting me. Kept on hitting me with a wand. So I put in I said, you know what? Let me just do the civil thing. By then, I've done my transition, so I was a changed person. I didn't agree with violent altercations. So I put in a complaint. And this is why I personally say as well that we need to explore this as well on regards to the organizations that are supposed to help prisoners as well. I went to the IMB, the Independent Monitoring Board. So, you know, they have a representative that goes there. They never helped me. To a situation happened where he said, let's get him. And I reacted. And that's another case. So now I've got a court case going on with 3 cases back to back.
Outside charges.
Outside charges. It's going to court. So I had the one where they said that the man's throat got cut and it was me. I have all those officers that got injured, and now I have all these other officers that got injured in Wood Hill.
Was that
So
another brother? The one who got his throat?
Yeah, he was Muslim and he was from Afghanistan.
Okay.
Was that in the first 7 years, all of this?
No, so that incident happened because when I went into isolation was in 2010.
After, so you've already gone for, did you go for jam roll after 7? Like when was your first jam roll?
After about, I think it was like 2008 or something like that.
After 7, and then they just knocked you back.
Yeah, I just came to the reality that I wasn't going to get my parole.
And how often was you going back up?
Sometimes it could be 18, it could be 18 months, or it could be 2 years.
Not back bare times.
Over 10 times.
How did that feel?
Of course, it can be.
You just got used, you just thought...
Yeah, sometimes I would. When I was in solitary confinement as well, I would just say to them like, slide it back under. I said that it's like, oh, you know, we're just going through the protocol. I said, you know, you're not going to give it to me. So what's the point?
So each time, did you actually have to go in front of the board? Though?
No. So it's paper format.
Okay.
So
even the time that you got released was paper format.
No, it weren't. I'm going to tell you about that though as well. So these things were things were happening. So then when the court case came, this is where that I have to, again, let's mention Gary Nelson. Let's mention these brothers, Jermaine Rowbottom. Let's mention
Gloucester.
Let's mention Chaos and so forth. Let's thank these brothers for supporting me as well and helping me. So when the incident happened, let's go back to it. I had 109 witnesses. 109
Free
witnesses.
Up Aggie as well, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, go on.
No, definitely. Now, what they basically said was that I've influenced all 109 and the Imam as well.
Said you influenced the Imam.
Yeah. Now, what they said was, what their strongest argument was that I had airborne blood. So you know the difference between contact blood and airborne. Contact blood, it can be more beatable because what they basically say is that somebody who committed that crime could have come shake your hand, hug you, and that you could have that on you. But airborne, that means you had to be close to the victim.
Person, yeah.
But obviously, we were at Jumma. So the person ran around before he collapsed. So there was over 70 people, even the Imam, that had airborne blood on him. On his gown. And the thing was as well, the airborne blood that was on me weren't from the front. It was from behind.
Right.
So if I'm the perpetrator, I've come up to him with that. It's supposed to be on my front. That's what you're saying. So it doesn't make any sense. Now, one of the case with the officer as well, he basically said that that he knows me very well. And guess how he described me? He said, Mr. Patterson's an Asian gentleman. So all these things were happening. So the judge, I remember the judge at that time was thinking, what is this?
Yeah.
So basically, got thrown out.
Of course it did.
His cases. But here's what they've done.
Did he survive?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Okay.
The prison service and the Crown Prosecution Service, they appealed it. Yeah.
Really?
They weren't happy with it, getting thrown out.
Even like in my case, there was some weird things that was happening. Like the jury had to go out. These guys in suit came, spoke to the judge, and came out. And it's like, well, what's going on? Then the officers said that they were they moved it, so I had to go to Belmarsh whilst I was standing my trial. They wanted me to use the Woolwich. They said that was the only secure place for me. They believed that there was rumours that people were going to break me out. Then there was another rumour as well that the officers had to be escorted by police because they believed that their lives were in danger. So all these things were happening at once, and it was becoming very draining. You know, going back to court, getting it thrown out. Then I had to go to the appeal courts in front of the 3 judges to fight the case, like why it shouldn't be. The three judges agreed with the Crown Prosecution Service and basically the Home Office, and got it overturned, and I was back fighting my case again. To eventually on the 3rd time I was found not guilty.
So you actually went to verdict that time?
Yeah, it took long. I was found not guilty. I was found not guilty for the throat incident, which was a relief, because you have to understand, they said his throat got cut because I had international links. So they said that I was connected to the Taliban. And so this was actually a hit. He was Northern Alliance.
Okay, that's the proper racist.
Now, what we never knew at the time, which I do know now, is that this person, whoever his family member or some kind of connection, is high up in the political scene up in Afghanistan, which works closely with the government of here. So it made sense now why they were so angry.
Am I going mad? Northern Alliance. Why did I think? What is the Northern Alliance?
So Northern Alliance are the ones that fight against the Taliban.
Yeah.
And they're more in support of the government.
But they're from where? Afghanistan?
The Western governments.
Where are they from? Over here or Afghanistan?
Afghanistan as well.
Okay, I'm going mad. I thought you were talking about some racist group up north.
So these were the things that were actually happening to me, which was quite very demoralizing. So
how did you end up with the 7 years solitary?
Yeah, so remember I had an incident whilst on solitary confinement. So officer got injured.
Okay.
Yeah, so the same officer, he said a lot of racist things. He done a lot of things. Even when my uncle passed away as well, they were all singing. I'll never forget this. Oh, well, a beautiful morning. Oh, well, a beautiful day. Everything's going our way. They was all singing that song.
Taking a piss.
So, yeah. But you know what's so funny about these kind of situations as well, and it's kind of heart-rendering as well, is that how they try to emasculate you. They try to emasculate you by, I give you an example. Now, I had an incident with him. But you know when I had to go to the parole board because I was found guilty for that one, they don't mention any of the other male officers that got injured. They just mention the one lady that got hit by the table. Oh, what do you think about her? And so forth. But you have to remember, when I'm getting hit by batons and things like this, you're not even thinking of that. My aim was never at her. We all know that what the whole situation was. So why is it all of a sudden now it's just turned on to like, oh yeah, but I was by myself. At that time, I'm on a 6-man unlock. They had the first response, then they had a second response, then they had the third response. I was dealing with all that. I was by myself. So obviously when you're getting your neck trying to be pulled and you're getting hit with, obviously you're going to be shaking around.
Yeah.
But I was found guilty for this. But I know it took them long because they came back to the judge and he basically said that he gave them directions as well. He says, Mr. Patterson may have not directly, but his actions resulted.
Basically.
And so that was, I could have, like on reflection as well, my barrister wanted to use something, but I said no. You see, one thing that we're taught from our community, you should never see, when somebody does you a good favor, you should never step on the necks of others in order to. And there was a woman officer. I could have opened up something which I knew I would have won the case, but by doing that, I would have indicated her. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Which she helped me when I needed her help. So by me doing that, so I said, you know what, I take this loose. I take this loss. I don't care. I'm not, and I said to my barrister, do not mention this. We have to keep our integrity, irrespectively.
Come on, man. Have to.
So yeah, so they had a different process. So eventually, so after that, I was in the seg. So I went to Full Sutton. After that incident, I went to Full Sutton, and you know, Full Sutton, their officers it was terrible. It was ruthless in the seg over there. Yeah. They were ready for me. So as soon as I got there now, they were...
God, this is the guy that thinks he's tough.
Yeah. They were saying that, like, yeah, what terrorists? You know, like, they were ready to pounce. But then I realized something, that for some reason, my motion, the way that my body is moving, I say there's something wrong. Do you know, it's like my breathing, everything. And I'm thinking, I've got a problem here. They told me to take off my top, and it's taking me forever just to try to take off my top. When they saw that, they said, we need to take him to get an x-ray, call the doctor. They say, he's not dying on our watch. Thinking, what's going on?
I think it was like a blood clot or something.
All my ribs.
This is after that beat you up.
It wasn't even, like, I didn't know, my adrenaline's going. So remember, I'm fighting with them.
I'm saying that's why.
So it's recent. Okay, right.
Yeah, so I'm fighting, yeah. So about 2 days after, they shipped me out, and then I went to the seg. And then my whole ribs.
They don't want to get in trouble.
So they're like, and I think that's what allowed me from getting a further. But then, you know, all the kind of ill treatment and other things. And then eventually, so I had to go to court. So I went to Belmarsh. I must admit, at first, that was one of the first things though. There was a governor there. He was actually okay. Like, they were all hesitant. He just came in and he said, listen. He sat down next to me, which was very surprised. That's the first time that somebody actually sat next to me. And he said, you know, you come with a big reputation. Your record is massive. But I'm here about giving people chances and so forth. And he said that, listen, we'll leave you alone if you leave us alone, basically. I said, yeah, I'm happy with that. That's all I wanted to be left. When I went to court, like at first, a lot of officers were still upset because, you know, they're hearing about all this. And when they, after my first day in court, came back, television, I had everything. They said, listen, you've been stitched up. They treated me so good. Seriously. They were giving me more things that I said to them, and you know what? No, because I knew that was all going to get taken away once I moved.
At some point, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't want to get too accustomed to that.
Yeah.
But they gave me everything until that they even got reported themselves. They got in trouble as well, saying that, listen, this guy's a CSE prisoner. You're treating him like if he's just an ordinary prisoner. He's not. We want you to keep these kind of procedures. They're saying, Mr. Patterson, we'll take him off your hands. You don't need to be on CSE. Yeah. But they were like, nah. So eventually I went back to Full Sutton, but on the unit. And this is the pathway out.
So that was after the 7 solitary?
No, that's whilst in the 7.
Oh, so you're still getting moved about, but still in solitary?
Yeah, still in solitary. So units. Still going segs, yes. Okay. Unit segs, but it's solitary. You're not going over, yeah. So then, this one's different though now. Oh yeah, sorry. Before that, I was in Whitemore. They set me up. Obviously, it was a conflict of interest. They said they found a knife in the showers. And it's supposed to be mine, even though a person put his hand up to it. And it's like an L shape. And there was no way I'm on the other side. So how did I do this? Yeah. But they moved me anyway, put me down to the seg, to the main seg, which was okay for me because at least I can talk to people. So after that, Full Sutton. So that at that time, it was the pathway out. So it was totally different. All of a sudden now, I'm allowed to mix with others. So it's like more mixing. There was like in Wood Hill as well, sometimes, like depending on your risks, they would have like 1 or 2 out
On
together
exercise, yeah.
and so forth when you're in solitary as well, because they're trying to. But this one was totally different. It was like a whole community. You're just out, you're cooking food, you're doing this. They're preparing you now to go back onto the wings.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget, I have to mention this as well. I spoke to, people talk about certain individuals as being the most notorious, but there's people that you haven't even heard of that, look, there's a gentleman, we call him this Big Robbo. Those that know him. He's been in solitary now for over 25 years. Solitary confinement. He's in the cages.
Mad.
Now, one of the advice that he gave me as well, he says, listen, you remind me of myself when I was your age. But let me explain to you something as well, so that you can get your head around the concept of being in solitary confinement. It's a whole different world, and it is, because a lot of thoughts can play around in your head as well. He says, this is what I do. I pace, do talk to your neighbor. And he says this, when you get a television, he says, and I still do this now, I ask the wife, watch a cartoon. That's it. He says, yeah, it softens the heart. And it's true. So I watched like Despicable Me. And it was one of those kind of moments. And I said to them, there's danger from Nottingham. There were so many different individuals as well. And I said that I'll be a voice for you, voice for the voiceless. And I made a promise.
Who do you think, who's the toughest guy you came across? I think I see some list. Yami done some list.
To me, that's irrelevant. What's relevant is, I don't care who's tough and who's not.
Yami's going mad.
It's no disrespect. I don't know him.
And I'm going mad.
But I said, what's important to me as well is that, people are treated humanely. I'd like to consider myself as a humanitarian. And this is it. And it's kind of sad what's actually happening. And people are unaware of this as well.
Yeah, Warren Slaney guy.
Again, that's, one thing that I don't like as well, what sometimes people tend to do as well, they tend to kiss and tell. I'm not here using this platform to criticize anybody.
Yeah.
I understand that people do whatever they want to do and what's necessary for them. But it's not the godly thing to do. And as a Muslim as well, yes, of course, there's certain people that they're unsavory characters.
No, sorry, Build a Bomb, sorry. That's the one that won, not Slaney, sorry.
So, of course, there's many people as well, but it's not a platform for that. It's for, I'm trying to look out for my brothers. It's horrible what's actually happening. And just a lot of people are just unaware of it. People that have the potential to change the world and can be anything that they put their minds to, but it's being sabotaged. Because I'm going to take you through the parole process as well. And it's just absolutely crazy what they actually do to us. And we're just not aware of all these types of things that are actually happening.
Was that you at your weakest mentally, do you reckon, at that time?
No, strongest.
Overall?
No, seriously. Because, there was... I'm glad that you mentioned that, actually. Because there was a book that I read as well, Nelson Mandela. So not only The Long Walk to Freedom, but he had another one called Conversation to Myself.
Right.
So at moments when I felt low and I felt angry, there was a story that always reminded me. There was a sister that she was accused of being a part of the Ikhwan Brotherhood. So what they done was, and that was an organization that was banned in Egypt. So they tortured her and they done some horrific things to her, as you can probably imagine, her being a woman and so forth. And their final insult was to chop off her hands. One of her hand. So they paraded her around to the people as well to say, look how powerful we are, look what we've done to this woman. And you know what she was doing? She was smiling. So the guard was saying, look what we've done to you. We've done to you every humane thing that we could think of, we've done to you, and you're smiling. You know what she said? She said this: the sweetness of faith has allowed me to forget the bitterness of pain. The sweetness of faith has allowed me to forget the bitterness of pain. So there was 4 things that kept me alive when I was basically in a place that weren't supposed to keep you alive. And those 4 things were, my foundation was God. From God, family and friends, patience and discipline. Why do I say God? Because even in the Quran as well, what does it say? God never given you a burden greater than what you can bear. That was one of my rules. What's the second one? friends and family. United we stand, divided we fall. So what was, again, patience. A peace of mind is obtained by being patient. A peace of mind is obtained by being patient. So it's all in the mind. And also, discipline. What do we say? The world's a teacher to a wise man and the enemy to the fool. So these are the 4 aspects that kept me alive, kept that flame burning. So these were some of the aspects as well. And one thing was as well is to keep your integrity as well, because I was taught by a very important brother. His name was Ibrahim Masoni. He died. He was like my teacher as well. Good.
Did you
nice Muslim brother.
Did you feel like you learnt more being isolated or be surrounded by people?
To be fair, yeah, probably isolated.
Because that's what they say elevation is, isn't it?
It was this. I think it was my time for me to kind of reflect, and obviously we all make mistakes as well. And I'm not like, first and foremost is I would like to say something as well. Not all officers are bad, because I've met many officers that has made some great.
You like Justin as well.
Yeah, big up Justin.
Remember the one that United
I
Borders?
liked him,
United
yes.
Borders. Yeah,
They've made some good sacrifices as well. I've seen one even when I was in solitary confinement. There was one officer. He says, "I'm not tolerating this. This is a bunch of rubbish." He left. I've seen it a few times. They've actually got the keys and say, "You know what? I can't do this. I did not sign up to do this. I wanted to make a change." So there is. And I think we need to embrace more people like that and try to put them in better positions. And it's not happening. So we need to also support them as well, because somebody has to do it.
You say someone has to lock our doors, innit?
No, we aren't. Look,
Someone did. No, it's true though. Someone's got.
but it's law and order,
like,
innit?
no, but it's
If
true.
we
Someone's
believed-
got to fucking
But if
take
we-
out the bins or whatever.
do you think that
Collect the
there's
bins.
it's easier to make change from within? You know, like some people say, "I'd never be a screw," or you know, like when people like don't want you to be police, but some people believe that you have to go inside in order to make a bigger change.
For me personally, I think it's a
First question was good.
I think it's a
Way.
collaboration, to be fair. And that's what I feel. I feel what tends to happen as well, that people tend to ostracize themselves away from the problem, stick their heads in the sand and hoping that the problem is going to go away. But it's still there. And you have to understand the mindset. If you look at the history of the whole kind of criminal justice system as well, it was always based on punishment. If you go to the Victorian eras as well, that they had a system. Why do you think they called them screws? Because they used to screw you in. So everything was based on torment. You need to understand that. Once you understand the kind of like philosophy, then it's very hard. You know, they call it, there's a particular word, they call it shibboleth. So it's a long-standing belief that is held by a group of people. So this is the kind of mindset, and it's about breaking that mindset. So how do we break that mindset? So this is what we need to explore.
Forgive my co-host. Sometimes she asks mad questions.
That's
Boom. So you're on your way out. You're on your way out of Seg.
Yeah, solitary confinement. Yeah, so sorry. There's also another process. It's absolutely crazy, this process. It's like a parole hearing. So even to leave the CSE, I had to go through like. So what happens is, you would have all these influential people from Connected, from the CSE estate, the director of prison. You know, you got all these individuals that are there, and they'll sit down and they'll cross-examine you, basically, just like a parole board.
The ombudsman there. Is the ombudsman there? The ombudsman.
Oh, the ombudsman. Yeah. They're there as well. Ombudsman, yeah.
You see, I'm saying it mad.
No, that's
What
okay.
is that?
That's like our people. Well, it's supposed to be someone on our side. It's supposed to be in it, ombudsman.
Yeah, ombudsman. Yeah,
Yeah,
so they deal with
supposed
like
to, but
you know, like things like
mental.
complaints and if things are being done with correctly and
They're
so
mental
forth.
though. They're blatantly with them, man.
Yeah, extension. Yeah,
Yeah. like,
but yeah. So these were the So eventually, I was given the glad tidings that I can now go back onto the wings. But then there was still another long process because they all have to put the signatures, and that takes a while as well. So altogether, the process takes about 3 months in my times, like to do everything. So it was funny as well because they must have said to me, what we're going to do as well, we're going to slowly reintegrate you back because it's been a long time since you've actually... I'm like, no, I'm good. I just want to go. You know, one of those ones. But I understand the wisdom behind it. But at that time, I didn't. And they were like, no, trust me, you're going to need that. And I'm like, no, I'm good. They said, look, we're going to do that anyway. I said, so why ask me? You know? So what happened was, they said my first association, and I have to thank the brothers again. Now, please, let's give a shout out to all the brothers that are there, because the welcoming that I received, I'm not gonna lie to you, man, it was, I had tears in my eyes.
They were happy to see you back on the wing.
Listen, the whole exercise yard was covered of brothers. They all came out, even brothers that don't even like coming out on the exercise yard. Everybody came out and they looked after me. So when I left and I went, so I was on Full Sutton, so I was I had association on F wing, went on to exercise, so F and E of the time they come out together. I came out, all the brothers came, all hugging me, but then all of a sudden what actually happened was I started to feel dizzy. There's too many people, like, and I think one of the brothers identified and said, "Leo, I need to give him some space." My brothers are just happy. I'll never forget, there was one young man as well, and he says, "Brother, you don't know me, but thank you. Thank you for, you know," he said, "thank you for keeping your integrity. Thank you for standing for us." And I thought that was touching because I don't think I kind of deserved that credit. There's many brothers that, you know, unsung heroes.
How long had you done by that time?
So by then, I'd done about coming up to 17 years.
So you've done 10 over your tariff. Did you now think, you know what, let me get my head down and try and go home?
But I was, though. From 2010, I had been.
Okay.
That whole process of change.
So you'd already been...
Because, yeah, there was a brother, and he used to impact hard on myself. It's just the way that he used to conduct himself. Like, I give you an example. There was once an argument on a topic, and so everyone was getting kind of heated. Everybody wants to be right, and so they asked him about his opinion. And do you know what he said? He said, "Brothers, we like to sit at the dinner tables and discuss the problems of the world, but can't solve the problems of our own homes." He said, "Please excuse me," and he left. I sat back and I thought, like, wow, why are we so quick to give opinions for? Are we that insecure about ourselves as well? Look what he said. We like to discuss the problems of the world, but can't solve the problems of our own homes. Charity starts at home first.
Definitely. Supposed to, anyway.
Yeah,
So things like that can...
mow your own lawn before you start going and mowing anyone else's, isn't it?
101%. And that's what it is. It's about being focused. It's not about me telling you how you should live your life. But what I can actually say is that I honestly believe that, you know, through trials and tribulations as well, through trial and error, that I believe that this is the best and the correct way. But each to your own. They say we're human beings.
Talk to us about how you got to be released, like...
But there's a long process before that. So then what actually happened is once I left solitary confinement, I was back on the wings. They started to... The officer, to be fair though, they were cool with me. They called me in the office when the POs or CM, custodial manager, sorry. So they said, like, look, we've got like a lot of kids on the wing, and and a lot of our officers are young as well. So if the officer annoys you or anything like that, come to us first. We know you're old school. This was they talk to. They said, we know you're old school and so forth. I said, thank you, but I have no intentions of causing any kind of disruption within your principle. I just want to go home. That's what I said to them. I said that irrespectively of whatever kind of views that people have, I said, I just want to go home. So I said, no, we respect that. So eventually, anyway, I was wing representative. I then, because of this, I was nominated by my peers. I became prisoner council member, which I would talk to the governors on regards to the issues that other prisoners are actually going through. So these were the roles that I was actually having. Eventually, I was then told that I can progress. So I was taken off the book again. Sorry, I was taken off the book. I can progress to Dovegate.
Back to Dovegate.
Yeah. But now, this is with the psychologists. And this is why we need to explore as well on regards to the professionalism of the psychologists. Now they're recommending that I need to do therapy again. That's more years. And I'm saying that, like, but for what reasons? And they're giving all this, we got concerns as well that you suffer with narcissistic traits. Yeah, that's right. Glib.
What's that?
Yeah, glib. So that means that you think very highly of yourself, but you're insincere. You speak very well, but you're insincere.
Is that what glib is?
Yeah.
Does it stand for something?
Yeah. No, that's a word. Glib.
Oh,
yeah.
glib.
So they thought that you was manipulating
that's
people
correct,
as well.
Yeah.
And narcissistic, so they feel like you weren't taking any accountability for anything.
100%.
Right.
And
do you feel like there was any of those truth in any of those traits?
No, because I've always, as you know already, as what I actually said as well, that what I done was totally wrong. But you have to understand that in my times as well, that it was like a spaghetti western. Who draws first wins.
They put you in that situation and then they expect you to be something else.
101%. And so this is it. Look, we all know. So many times that I call it, this is why I call it as well. So many times I've seen this. I call it the Humpty Dumpty syndrome. Now, it's funny as well, because remember when you talked about elevating yourself, that when you're in isolation as well, that you get to, you elevate your way of thinking, how you see
you
things.
You can tap in more to your spiritual
100%.
And everything, yeah.
And what it was as well, it's actually remarkable as well, because obviously I got younger cousins, nieces and nephews, and nursery rhymes. So it was Humpty Dumpty. Now think about it. Listen to this. Humpty Dumpty. Let's go though. Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. Look at the concept of Humpty. Who was Humpty Dumpty? Humpty Dumpty was an arrogant person. He put himself in an elevated position because he thought he was higher than everybody. Because of why? Because he thought he had all the king's horses and all the king's men. That's why he elevated himself in that position. But when he fell from grace, what happened?
They couldn't fix him.
That's right. He crashed into 1,000 pieces because of why? Because
ego, innit?
Thank you.
Yeah, you have to have the death of the ego, innit? They say to elevate.
Unworthy, inflated ego. 101%. We say that man plans, but Allah's the best of planners. And so this is it. So I call it the Humpty Dumpty syndrome. So yeah, I totally understand that. I'm not here to sit down and criticize. That's why I will not, like, as much as even if you despise a person, but it's something that Martin Luther King actually said as well.
No, but like there's always little messages. It's like the sticks and stones, which was placed there to fool you, thinking that words can't hurt when there is life and death in the power of the tongue.
You're right. And do you know how I knew this? The officer said to me, he pulled me aside and he said, do you know what Cardinal Riccelli said? Cardinal Riccelli was a prosecutor in the times of, I think he was like the 17th century. And this is what quote he said: give me the 6 lines of an innocent person, and within those 6 lines, I'll find something to hang him with. So you know the power of that. So you're right, totally. You broke it down. You summed it up. And a lot of people are unaware of this. The power of words, you can destroy a person.
Like Black Kings. No, that was a good one.
So
I heard it before.
101%. And these are the things that we need to tap into as well. So yeah, so basically from there I had to go back to the therapeutic community. Now there's a problem. Because what their philosophy is to break you down and build you back up again. But to build you in whose image?
Exactly.
So when I'm like, we're just talking, like, so I'm not gonna lie, they were getting kind of frustrated. Getting kind of frustrated because I would tell them stories, and they would have meanings to it, and then the whole of the community would like, yeah, tell us another one or something like that, and it was just annoying. And the reasons why I done this is because of something that a psychologist said, and that's what triggered a chain of events, which eventually they said I weren't compatible for therapy. And she said to me that I believe that you're insincere. So I said, okay, why is this? She said, people like you don't talk like that.
Really?
Yeah. I must admit though,
Racist.
even her colleagues went, what did you just say there?
Yeah, slightly
so I said, this is the
racist.
mentality. So this is a lady that is making reports about me, but you're saying that I'm insincere. So what
you
perception
can't
do you...
believe how he talks.
So what kind of perception do you have? So how am I supposed to talk? What perceptions do you have of our culture? So this is it. They try to emasculate, and I keep on trying to share this with the brothers as well. Look, let's go back historically as well, and this is what they do, especially sometimes to the black males as well. They have this issue with them. Now, let's go back. There was a thing called the Derby Dose, what slave owners used to do. Do you know what a Derby Dose was? So what they would actually do as well, they would bring they would bring the slave and his family. They would make
and
sure
punish him in front of them, like to instill the fear.
No, but it's even worse than that. And I was very shocked by this when I read what they'd done. They defecated in his mouth. And then they will saw up his mouth. So imagine when your wife or your loved one is watching that, she's losing all respect for you.
They what in his mouth?
Defecated.
Crapped.
They crapped.
Oh, yeah, but I learn new words every now and again.
Sorry, yes.
I learn new words every now and again. The A-star was from a long time ago. So I just like to be clear. But yeah, okay.
So this is what they do to
shut in his mouth.
This is what they'll do to bring humiliation upon you.
Stuff.
So now your woman and your children are watching this. They don't even respect you. They're saying that, wait there, why am I looking up to you when you can't even protect yourself? So they do another thing, and it's unfortunately it's the kind of system that we're in place in as well. That yes, okay, they're physically not defecating in our mouths, but they're doing other things that's destroying us. It's almost like defecating in our mouths, and you're watching that, and you're look what you've become.
Yeah,
a lot of guys then end up having mental health issues. This is massive.
Yeah,
and
shell of them, their former self.
101%. Now, as what me and you can remember of that person, now the little kids are making a joke and a mockery of this person, but knowing that this person was a good person, this person was a constructive person, but the system just broke him down.
Yeah, mental health is rife.
101%.
Definitely behind the door as well. And yeah, I do feel like it's an agenda. Definitely for those on the unit and that. I think like that's an agenda.
Yeah. So we have to also remember, I was lucky, and I remember somebody was actually saying to me as well, because what actually happened was as well, before they used to call liquid quash. So that means they would inject you. So if you were such a disruptive prisoner, but yeah, that's right. But it was just fading out in our times. And you have to also understand the caliber of officers that were dealing with us in our times. Even still in the late 90s and early 2000s, they were still military trained officers. So when you went to certain places like Wandsworth, they'll tell you to tuck in your shirt and so forth, walk a certain way in a direction because they were military trained. So you can understand their mentality and why they behave in the way that they behave. So once you combine all that, then you would understand. So anyway, eventually I was asked to leave. Now, guess what they done to me? So rather than just put me onto the main location, so from therapeutic, they can just put me onto Dovegate because I'm technically a BCAT. I have to go back to my sending establishment. Now, what I didn't know at the time is that Full Sutton was defending me. They were arguing. They said, has he attacked anybody? Has he hurt anybody? Do you know how long this man has done? Do you know what he's been through? We don't want him back. We're not taking him back.
Send him home, man.
That's what actually dispersed for the first time. They're saying, we're not taking him back. You know how much good work he's done. We're not taking him back. Do you know what they done? They said, "Oh, pack your stuff, you're going." So all these officers crowd around my cell, and I'm thinking, wow. I said, what's going on here? Like, what have I done? They say, "Oh, you need to go. Pack your stuff. We'll hump you." Just throwing my stuff in. Then what they done was they drove to Full Sutton. They took me on the van, put me to Full Sutton. And obviously, once you arrive there, they have to accept you. And so I went through the reception. They said, listen, we told them that we're not taking you back. And they still took you from your cell and brought you here. They said, don't worry. The governor said, don't unpack. We're sending you back. so it's crazy. Within about 2 months. Within about 2 months, that was so quick. Yeah, about 6 weeks, I was back again. And so we have to forget. And at that time as well, it's kind of amazing as well, because when I came out, so when I was in Dovegate, there was an element that was missing in me. And it was just that kind of, I'm not going to lie to you, that kind of feminine side. You know, you need that companion. You know, I want to talk to a woman. You know, like being around like a male testosterone environment, sometimes I just want to have that kind of comfort. So I remember I was conversing with my brother and I was just like, do you know any constructive individuals or anyone I can talk to? And he said, like, yeah, you got friends of the family. And then that's where I met my wife. And we got talking. Like, the first time I was introduced, I thought, wow, she blew me away with her levels of understanding, her intelligence.
How did you get introduced?
It was by my brother.
No, but phone call or
yeah, it's phone call.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Because in Dovegate as well, you can you had phones inside of your cells.
Yeah, blue phone.
So it was nice. No, inside.
Yeah, is it like a blue phone in your cell?
Yeah, no, it was white. It was like a house phone.
Nah, because we had a blue phone in Thames side. We got blue phone in the cell.
So it was nice, and then I actually spoke to her and I thought, wow, she's kind of very bubbly. She's kind of lively, and that's what I kind of needed, because I'm kind of aloof. Like sometimes if you don't know me, like, I understand this, and my wife always still warns me, it's affected me to, look, anybody that's come out of long-term incarceration as well, it affects you in one way or another.
You're a bit antisocial.
Yeah.
Introverted.
So sometimes people are like, whoa, I don't really know about this one. So it's like, my wife says that sometimes you need to, but I'm just not. Like, it's
hard, isn't it?
It can be.
It will be very hard to integrate back to normal society. Do you know what I mean? After 22 years of bloody, do you know what I mean?
We're doing it.
Yeah,
We're doing
alhamdulillah.
it. Alhamdulillah.
You're getting there. You're getting there because you're still here. Do you know what I mean? But yeah.
So,
Have you guys got children? Oh,
no,
okay.
not yet.
Oh,
Inshallah.
not yet.
Still trying to get that.
Just asking.
Still in prison.
Let me ask you a question then.
Yeah,
now.
No time for them.
I'll tell you what's happened. So,
Still in prison.
yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just gonna get
yeah,
through
yeah,
stories,
that's true.
okay?
Yeah.
So we can move on.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So I went back to Dovegate, went onto a wing, which they used to call an insult as well. They sent me on in Dovegate. They sent me to E-wing, which they call the Bronx. Now, why is this? I think why is this? Because it's bare man's, like, you know what we would say, man's them. But it's this, but it was all like a party vibe. Like, I must admit though, even though like I don't agree with everything that they did, but it was alive. It was the first time that I see that man's not really fighting with each other. It's just lively, like, yeah. I see a couple of guys dancing. I'm just laughing, like, I'm thinking, raw, it's not serious. It's just lighthearted, tongue in cheek. But there was officers that they were saying that were so scared to go in there that some of them even end up crying.
Yeah, no, you don't want a little chief one.
You know, like crying, oh, I don't want to go to the Bronx. And I thought, yeah, right. And you put me on the worst wing then, if that's supposed to be the worst wing. It weren't. I loved it. So what happened is, from that position there, I got a hospital orderly, healthcare orderly. I had a healthcare orderly role. They then gave me a wing representative role.
Had to clean up beer claret.
No, they gave me even a better role than that, just talking to the guys as well. They said that I had they said that I had a nice approach, where that some of the guys can. So I played games with them and things like this.
Mind games.
Can't help yourself, can you? And then I was violence reduction rep. So I was like also a mediator, also between, you know, sometimes if there's some kind of conflict, whether even if it was resident and officers as well.
And they were still knocking you back.
This is what I'm saying.
Can you see what I'm saying? Because
They
even
gave me all these. They gave me.
Kay's changed. He's been good for how long? And
Definitely.
what was it? I was speaking to Hits earlier. Big up Hits.
I
Yeah,
don't know
big
the
up, big
brother,
up.
but
He's
yeah.
a good brother, very good brother.
Please, yeah.
But
Alhamdulillah.
yeah, he was telling me something to do with Kay. Oh, which I need to, but it's not right what they've got him
Of course, it's not.
under. Like basically, oh yeah, he went to a prison or whatever. Like they do him for having, just like you having too much influence and stuff. But it's like his influence is good influence, and they still
100%.
doing back run for him. Like you go to a jail and tell the brothers, yo, you know it's haram to sell spice and all that. But now all the brothers stop selling spice. Now there's no spice
do
getting
you
sold.
feel like they-
So now, wait, let me finish, please,
Go on.
Cream. So now the junkie, yeah, is now complaining. Do you get what I'm saying? The junkie's now complaining. So now you've got too much influence, but it's something good. Stop selling. They're not looking at the good was done. There's now no more spice. They're looking at you've got too much influence. But yeah, sorry, go on. Go on.
No, I was just saying, do you reckon because it's like they're using you? You got influence and then they use you to influence what they want you to influence.
Oh, so you mean that's why they're not...
Do you think that's what they're doing?
That's not why they're not giving him jam roll.
Because it's like, you know, like I said, he had a lot of influence in it. And then it's like they get you and say, oh, do this, do that. But they're kind of using you to do...
This is why.
Do you know what I mean?
You're
I
correct.
don't know.
No, you're correct, because what I actually saw as well, there was one. I left the violence reduction rep because there was something that I weren't happy with. So once we had a meeting and they were trying to. It's supposed to be like, well, if you resolve the situation, this is how it was initially. If you resolve the situation, everything's. But now they're delving into other matters like, yeah, we would like you to do this and do that. And I said, I'm not doing that. I stand by my principles. So I said that, you know
now
what?
turning into the gym orderly that does the list. You know, when you was talking about the gym orderly, that as well, you've now turned into him.
So I said that basically, I'm not doing that. I don't work for, at that time I said as well, I don't work for you lot. And this is that. I said, my support is for my brothers. And simple. And I said, if you lot don't like it, then I said, good luck. So I left that role. And I said, and they weren't happy. And then I saw my SIRs, security incident reports as well, that they were basically saying, yeah, we believe he's got a mobile phone. But that's not even, we're going to even get to that. So eventually anyway, had a parole hearing, and they eventually decided, okay, we're not gonna really give you anything, but what we'll do is we strongly recommend that you at least have a CCAT. After all these years, can't even give me a DCAT. So I went to they put me onto the LPU that was in Brixton.
You didn't
So
want
it's
to
a
DK
C-wing.
anyway.
So the London Pathway Unit. From the London Pathway Unit, this is where problems increased. I was good with the officers that were on the wing and the psychologists that were on the wing, but then all of a sudden is that security took a great interest in me. So every other week they were like nearly always trying to search me, making accusations. I had in a short space of time, I had over 50 something SIRs basically saying that they heard me say that, I'm disappointed with these terrorists. I could do a better job, and I've got underground cells. I'm looking to create havoc on the streets of England. And I'm thinking, where are they coming off with all this? And I'm trying to scratch my head. I'm thinking, like, why do they have this kind of perception? So they were doing all these things to my parole came up. So this is the biggest shock of my life now I had. And this with my wife and everything. And I got told, you better involve a barrister. I said, why? It showed it. I couldn't believe what they were saying. Everything was to do with, they said I had underground, so they believe that I've got a mobile phone, I'm communicating with international terrorists that are gonna come to the country of England and commit some atrocities. This is what they were basically saying, that I had these kind of links.
With no evidence.
No evidence at all. So what happened was, now, this was frightening times now. So I had a parole hearing, and now it's tense. They've got this specialist parole board member. You can see that he's very well versed in Quran. So he was asking me questions about Ibn Taymiyyah. He was asking me all different Islamic questions.
Is it?
Yeah, bombarding me.
Wow. That's my games.
Then they done something which was actually quite shocking.
Sorry.
That's okay, please. Take your time. Please.
I get a bit fidgety.
They were they then asked me to leave. They said that the information that we have as well, we can't disclose it to you. I had half of a parole here and I had to leave. So then my barrister looked at me, she said, "Do you trust me?" I said, "Of course." She had to sign something as well that she's liable for imprisonment if it leaks out.
So she couldn't tell you what was discussed? She couldn't tell me.
So they went through it. Eventually, Lord and behold, God willing, I got my parole. Not my parole, I got my DCAT. So that's a DCAT now. Now, the day before, security gave me one last spin.
Just in case.
It was just crazy. So the biggest shock now, so I'm in open conditions now. This is where the problem started. Me and my wife was. So I'm at the DCAT. They're saying that, they called me at probation. They said, someone's here to talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay, tell me who. I said, you'll find out. So on the screen, a young lady comes. She says, "Oh, hello, Dwaine. Allow me to introduce myself. We're from National Security. You are now allocated to us." Yeah. So now I don't have probation no more. I have national security.
Because of what grounds, though? What was their reason?
Because of the terrorism stuff.
Yeah, I know, but they gave him.
There's things that they can't disclose. So now I'm with them. Now, what does that mean? Some people say, what's the impact? The impact was this. Now, you know that with DCATs as well, that the whole idea is to slowly reintegrate you back into society, getting jobs and things like this. They gave a list of jobs that I couldn't do because of the stigmatization that's attached. So I couldn't do that. You know, all the police and all the other kind of agencies that were working with them. So I couldn't do this, I couldn't do that. And obviously it's getting frustrating. Then eventually I was given a job working with DHL. And at first everything was...
What's that again?
DHL.
What's that?
That delivery, innit?
So you know, but you know, you go
just saying that.
So you know, you go to the warehouse though, and you have these things like lollops, whatever. You go on there, you stack them up. Yeah. So it's weird, and it's actually crazy as well that how they're exploiting people as well, because it was so weird for me as well. It was like a device that they have that is actually attached to your hands, and it can basically tell them as well that if you've gone to the toilet. And how long it's taken you to actually do it. So you put it on a pallet, you package it, and then you're supposed to take it to the aisles. But sometimes it doesn't work. It doesn't, the pace that they expect you to do it, it's like sometimes virtually impossible. They want you to get 90%. So anyway, things were running smoothly. And then one day, a lady in there, she got into an argument with one of the residents that was also working at DHL. And I considered him at the time, as a friend. So she said that, you're a good person, but he's not good, he's not a good friend. I said, what are you talking about? She said, do you know what he's been saying? Because before that, some weeks before that, I've noticed that a lot of the Caucasian guys there were acting funny towards me. Like, you know, their face turns a multitude of different colors, and you know, like they want to say something, get off their chest. But you know, it's just a weird vibe. Ooh, you know, huddled amongst each other. You know, this kind of, you know, shadow lurkers. But so she said, yeah, everybody was talking positive things about you. Then he said, oh, don't trust this man. This man's a serious gangster and he's a terrorist. So now the whole place had me as a terrorist. So now it makes sense. And then they relieved me of that. They said that I didn't hit my targets.
Imagine that. And that's the one you thought was your mate.
So what does that mean? You still able to go DCAT?
No, I was still in a DCAT.
But you just have to get another job.
I didn't have a job.
So what do you have to do? Get another job?
So then, so then I went and I worked for Cross and Wells, which was a fruit packaging. And that's again another exploitation. You know,
How did it feel doing these jobs?
Very demoralizing, to be fair, because we understand our worth and our value. No disrespect to those that like that, but I just consider myself that I've got more to offer rather than actually doing that. But I was resigned to doing that.
How much are they even paying you for these sort of things?
I can't even remember the pay. Like, and remember, they take a lot of percentage as well for obviously for
it's exploitation.
Of course, it is.
Modern day slavery.
That's what it is, because they don't pay you enough for what you're doing.
100%.
Big up Phantom as well. Phantom's out, but enough man had to go through that.
Walaikum salam, yeah,
You get
definitely.
Me?
I love that
man had
brother.
to go through that. You get what I'm saying? The whole DCAT working.
But it even gets better. Like, you know, this whole situation. So eventually, anyway, after about 2 years almost in the DCAT open conditions, because one of the things was as well that, you know, you look forward to eventually having time with your loved one. So from open conditions, going home leaves, I had to go to an AP. But here's what my conditions were. I had to report to the AP every 2 hours. Yeah. And then once I sign in, I can't just go back out. I had to stay one for 1 hour, then the other for
Where
2 hours.
Supposed to go?
Exactly.
To the shop.
Now you understand why we have no children yet. So they were doing all these things. No, seriously, even when I came out, I'm going to explain to you everything as well. Like, there was this, it was absolutely like,
Barbaric.
it was crazy. Then eventually, let's fast forward it for you lot. So eventually, anyway, I've been given my parole.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
How did you feel with that?
Oh, let me talk about that now. So that was another difficult one. So I'm in front of the parole board. Now, only less than 5 minutes was spoken about my index offence. Everything else was terror related. Crazy. You'd think that I was in for that particular crime. The way that they were basically
basing it upon that.
And it was just absolutely crazy. I was like, where are you getting all this kind of information from? Like, and where, and again, you know, certain information can't be disclosed to me and so forth, you know. So eventually I'm released. So the parole board says, we will grant you parole. But then when I looked at my license, absolutely crazy. Look how long it's taken me just to
be able to
have this opportunity now. Look what they said. I'm not allowed to do no public speaking. I wasn't allowed to. I wasn't allowed to be in a congregation. I wasn't allowed to go into the mosque.
They tell you what mosque you're allowed to go.
And even then, initially. No, I am now. Yeah. So everything's, I had to be very, very careful. Then I had a team of people following me, obviously, that, you know, they're going to be doing these things.
Again, like his case was espionage.
This is right. It was, it was absolutely
Nothing to do with what
crazy. And everything like, and they focused on like, can't access any military information. What did they say, Princess? Like they were, and I'm thinking, what's actually going on here? Like, you know, it was hard. And so one of the difficulties that I had as well, especially being released as well, is obviously when you're being released from incarceration as well, one of the main factors was employment, housing. These are the things, but especially with employment. Do you know? Yeah, I had a GPS tag. When the King's coronation.
Was there certain areas you couldn't go?
Yeah, when the King was crowned, I wasn't allowed in central London. So I had the exclusion zone. So what do you think I was going to do?
Exactly.
So these things were, and it was absolutely crazy. And you know, knowing this, imagine my luck as well. What do you think happened to me one day? So I'm on the bus. This guy doesn't really want to, I know it's crowded, but he doesn't really want to move out the way. So I think when I went down the step, I hit my GPS tag. So now when I changed to, because I do jiu-jitsu, and I'm going to mention that as well, and I would also like to thank as well Coach Courtney, Coach Timor, and Coach Sophia as well, Coach Ash, Coach Abdulaziz as well, for, you know, also giving me the opportunity. Listen, these, they have to, Grapple Zone as well. They are for the community and they're for the people. And I think we need to support more businesses like this and more individuals like this that are doing some positive things. These are unsung heroes, but they're not getting the opportunities that other organizations that are basically using our communities as cash cows. And these are the people that are really working with the community and they're not really getting help. We need to make sure that, you know, people go to these places and they're amazing. Seriously.
Big up Grapple Zone.
Yeah.
I've been there still.
You've seen this?
Yeah, respect as well.
Yes,
respect.
definitely. Big up respect as well and everything.
Yeah, I like people that do things like that. Big up
He's
Basil.
trying to get me on it, but I'm making him know
he's
why
a judo
for that. He was trying to make me do it.
Yeah.
I'm making him know why for that. I just want to do boxing. I don't really, all that mountain, man, is crazy. That's mad.
So yeah, so all this, so then the biggest shock of my life happened. So I'm getting changed now, getting ready for jiu-jitsu. It comes off. Now, you know, there's alarm bells now. Because remember this. Oh, yeah, sorry. I had a police officer assigned to me as well. Was it SO19?
Yeah, I know about this.
Yeah. So, yeah. I had
machine them. They make sure it's the machine them. So
now, I'm like, okay, what do I do? Let me phone them. Because I had to have their number as well, like the police. I had to phone them. So I phoned him. So he says, where are you now?
Sorry.
So he says, where are you now? So I said, I'm at my club. I'm working.
You phoned him?
I had to. He had to.
Don't be phoning them, fam. Don't be phoning them. I told Lou already, you know. Remember Lou phoned them as well, you know.
No.
I'm joking. Lou just phoned 999.
No. But with me, their actual number.
Big up Lou. You wanted the ambulance. You actually wanted them.
I had to tag my GPS. The team that's supposed to look for me if I don't.
Come on. After all them years there, y'all call them in quick fast to get me. You know, them ones there.
No, here's what's happened. So he says, where are you now? So I said, I'm at Grapple Zone.
Oh yeah, I like them.
Thank you.
So he says that I'm at Grapple. He says I'm at Grapple. I said I'm at Grapple Zone. So he says, okay. So he says, can you make it back to your AP? I said, what? He says, no, matter of fact, don't. Stay where you are. Yeah, make it back to Grapple Zone. I'd be shot down. Make it back to Grapple Zone. Are you crazy? My tag's off GPS. Could you imagine this? My tag's off and I'm walking the streets. What do you think is going to happen to me?
Exactly. They're going to pounce, innit?
They say they're going to be on. SO9 is going to come with the binds.
I don't know what. But you know what? They were very respectful because what happened was, this is when I know, like, you know, the times that we live in has totally changed. So I'm waiting. Two young ladies come in. I thought they were customers. You know, usually we're good at sensing things. Didn't see, like. So I said, oh, like, obviously I'm still working, innit? So I'm going to show them the. She leans over, she whispers, she says, yeah, we're the police. And I was taken back. I said, okay, so is this how the policing has changed now? Like, you know, especially with that level, like they look totally like, you know, like before you could kind of like, and I was like thinking, okay. And she said that, yeah, we know it's an accident, but we still have to, they had some other people, so could you talk through, and they were making a report about what happened and we're going to take you back. So after, anyway, when I spoke to because I had to see a person from the Home Office at first it was every week for 2 hours, then it becomes every 2 weeks, so eventually now I don't see them. I explained that, especially every week with national security as well. And they said that, listen, we trust what you were saying, because if we didn't, then obviously we would have came differently. So I was just thankful that, and then eventually a new GPS was fitted in. And then from there, I just carried on. But it was very difficult, because I think one of the most demoralizing things was all the knockbacks I was actually having from work. So I would apply. And it was just like, I had one interview and they said, you're perfect. And then all of a sudden it's just like,
they found someone else that hadn't been in jail for 27 years of their life. Like they found someone else. Because I'm saying 22 years, I'm forgetting the other 5.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He's done a lot of bird, man. But, because I remember them times as well. Because even what I liked about you, there was no bitterness at all. You just wanted to get on with it. And you actually wanted to help the community. And that's what I got from him. So remember Alison?
Yes.
I was on the show. I was trying to link him up with a couple people. We went and met her and all that. And then nothing. So I get it. There was a lot of...
And I think
there was a lot of that going on. And not necessarily her fault. Because maybe she's just busy or whatever. But I've been there where he's trying to do things and it's not working out. And I even felt a bit like, because man tried, innit? But yeah, good that you didn't get too disheartened.
Of course not, definitely.
And you still, alhamdulillah, you got enough a job.
Alhamdulillah, yeah, because I just felt that it was very demoralizing as well. Especially as what you said, you want to give back to society as well. I want to give back to my community as well. I contributed on that. And especially with my, particularly my estate, Wandsworth Road as well, and everything that's going on as well, you do feel you do feel an obligation, a duty as well, that, some of us that was involved in those types of activity as well, we do need to step up and we do need to try to help the youth as well. But we also need, how can I say this? We also need help and assistance in the sense of, it's like an old boys club. As what I said to you earlier as well, they're using us as cash cows. So you've got a lot of these organizations as well that people that are saying that they have our community's best interest at heart, but they don't look like us. They don't even mix with us. Nothing at all. I was talking to one guy and he had his poodle, whatever, barking behind him, and it's just like, where's the connection here? What do you know about our community? You know nothing about us. But at the same time, you're making money from us. You're taking our ideas. Yeah, of course. It's like visiting the zoo, innit? You're intrigued by all these exotic animals, but you're not going to take them home. Keep them in the cage. And that's how it just felt. It felt that way. Of course I have ulterior motives. I want to heal my community.
Yeah, because the main subject, obviously I even said, but the main subject is hope, innit?
100%.
So that's because goes with his story. Do you get what I'm saying? Obviously, hope. And faith, obviously.
101%.
You needed that hope.
100%.
And it's something that we'll get into it. Anyway, boom. So, how are you feeling now?
Yeah. Do you know what? I'm at a good place right now. And, thank you for the support of my wife as well and everything. It's just amazing having that. Do you know, I've always prayed for this as well. I thought I was going to die in prison. But I always said that if I had that opportunity as well, I always wanted to have that soulmate, the person that actually I can really connect with. I'll be honest with you, my wife deserves a medal. Through everything that we were subjected to, we went through a lot and it was testing. It was even hard on our relationship. There was moments as well that we even almost separated. So it was difficult, that, initial stage. And I have to also give a massive shout out to my family as well. They were there as well. And, my mother and everybody else as well. Definitely, 100%. They were there. But I do have to also thank my brothers from Birmingham as well, especially 4. I know they don't want to be named. They haven't said it, but I won't name them out of the script. But look, when a person has also financially supported you financially supported me for 18 years.
Good
Financially.
brothers. Good brothers.
As well. So we're not just saying that
Can they
like,
financially help me? No, I just want to know because they seem to have a lot of finance that's able to help. You get what I'm saying? So we'll chat, yeah. If there's financial help flying around, there's financial help, God, cream.
what I found.
Pregnant.
God, cream what?
Pregnant. What? Financial help.
So yeah.
Big them up though, big them up.
No, thank you.
100%, yeah.
So how was it? So when I was released as well, I found that one of the problems that I found was that in prison, when you're incarcerated as well, you conjure up this kind of romantic notion of how the world is going to be. But as soon as you're out, you realize that it's not what you expected. Yeah. And one thing that I found as well, being what I call amongst the living, was that so many people were actually disconnected. It was like zombie apocalypse. It was crazy. It was just, and I understand that the way that society is moving as well, it kind of forces you to be in that position that everyone's on their phones. I'm thinking, what is this? No one's communicating with each other. But I understand that everything is done on that device, and it's kind of crazy. And it was just how people were with each other. Sometimes we like to say, it's just these youths, but it's not. It's the generation that we live in. It's just the times that we live in, because all age groups are actually doing this. So it's just crazy. It's just that kind of and I like to say to the brothers as well that sometimes, because I was very critical as well, I was one of these brothers as well that used to criticize a lot of brothers that came out, and I just thought that they weren't doing anything positive for the brothers that were incarcerated. But now that I'm actually out myself, it's very difficult, because there's things like I can't be in contact like from initially with some of the brothers, and there's other things as well. And people are struggling out here. It's not as easy as what brothers.
It's another bird.
And sometimes there's just not enough hours in the day. You know, like how they structured your working day and everything. By the time you get home, it's literally eat and sleep, and then you're back in it again.
Thank you.
Even with the devices, they've made everything that you need to use your phone for it, to park, to do everything. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like
101%.
They've actually done that. You know what I mean?
101%.
It's another bird.
I get it.
Here, man.
Yeah, man.
No, seriously. And you know, I even
start a new sentence.
I even apologized to those brothers that I was very critical as well, because it's very difficult. It's like, you know, a lot of us, even in regards to our faith, you're hanging on your fingertips. It's very difficult, the times that we live in now as well. But, you know, have trust in Allah.
Have you got anything else to say before we go into your fire round? Like anything else that you need to mention before we go into the brothers, anything now we need to let them know about the treatment of the brothers or anything.
I would just like to
Do you know what I mean?
I would like to say to anyone that's actually watching this as well, and that could actually help the plights of those brothers as well, let's all collaborate something. Please allow me to help these brothers as well. Let's don't only try to think about ourselves as well. Let's try to think about others as well.
Have you forgotten anything? K-Bear? K-Bear? Has you forgotten anything, K-Bear? No, car. He's there for a reason.
Yeah, I don't think it's too deep to go into right
Nah,
now.
but you not. Nah, we need to. That's what I'm saying.
What's missing in the system, and everything what we spoke about, and the foundation, what's missing, is people's lack of connection to God, their personal, not religion, but
Their
youth
personal
and us
relationship.
personally, we got detached from our connection to God. That's why we fed into being bad or being gangster and whatever. And then the second thing is true knowledge of self. When you really know yourself, you're not interested or you're not easily susceptible to other people's dreams. And that's what I kind of made him recognize, and what I recognized before I made him recognize it. And the same thing like what we're saying with the prisons, like controlling the wing or controlling the prison. The difference is we controlled it through intellect, that we didn't want conflict. We saw it's off-key for us to be fighting each other. And so that's when they say, oh, you're the top boy or you're running the wing, where other people done it through physical before. but we was doing it through mental. We were showing like more of a love of community. As you said, the system doesn't like it. The system pretends that it will work with us to reform it, but it doesn't want us to reform it. So the only way for us to reform it is to have a set system that incorporates self-esteem, incorporates God, and incorporates knowledge of self.
Okay.
Agree.
You never heard a word he said. So
No, I hope they didn't. Can't they pick that up?
Elmo said they can't hear.
Elmo, for real?
Need you to elaborate.
We're not going to hear.
Just elaborate. No, you can
Yeah,
elaborate.
you can elaborate on it then.
You can elaborate.
Focusing, basically, they need to focus on your
thinking-
relationship is
He's thinking, what did he say? Look, he's
to
thinking,
keep
what
your
did he say?
relationship with God as well.
Oh, you elaborate.
We need.
No, because they can't hear you.
I know, I'm
Oh.
just saying, giving you three words that you add on to this. We need the foundation. We need what's missing in this struggle is that we need a personal connection with God, not religion. Number two, we need knowledge of self. So we've got self-esteem. Because when we care about ourselves, we care about other people. And the third thing is a type of infrastructure, which is known as a point program. It's a set instructions that keep you on point when you're away from the collective. This is needed in jail and out of jail. Because we want to help the man in a minute.
Definitely.
Personal connection with God,
So a better personal connection with God,
knowledge of self,
knowledge of self,
and then the infrastructure, which is a point program.
the infrastructure.
Information that keeps you on point when you're away from the collective. Then we won't be easily
Even, yeah.
by people that want to harm us.
No, definitely.
Yeah, know yourself, not to be easily influenced, innit?
100%.
Stay true to what your belief is. When you've got a strong
101%.
relationship with God, you don't need anybody to tell you anything because you know what is for you. Do you understand what I'm saying? I agree.
We out here. Freedom. You get what I'm saying? Freedom. Yeah, that's the story.
Yeah.
Great story. We could be here for 7-8 hours, to be fair. No, you know we can. You get what I'm trying to say? But I was literally trying to...
Nah, I wouldn't want you.
I was just trying to let you live, you know, like that's why I let him say as much as possible. You get what I'm trying to say? Because you know we're normally done by now. We're normally Burger King.
Here we are.
Astaghfirullah, we're normally in Burger
Wallah.
King drive-through by now, but
Not every
this is
time.
my brother and we're going to do things different. But anyway, we got this fire round, Cream. You're going to be proud of me for this. This is a whole different...
Yeah.
I couldn't do Tupac or Big in it.
Come on.
Jiu-jitsu, you get me? He's got jiu-jitsu under his belt. Police station or court cells?
Police station.
Because you know you can still bust in it. That's the only one. Don't like play. If you're in court cells, you know it's all gone terribly wrong. Police officer or prison officer?
Prison officer.
6 months do free custodial or 1,000 hours community service?
How much?
1,000 community service.
He's gonna have to say that anyway with me. Get me down there, downstairs, send me downstairs. You gotta say that, but listen, 1,000 hours.
I was gonna say how long.
3 months on the toilet, mate. 3 months on the toilet. Nah, it's or. You get me? It's one or the other, mate. This ain't real life. It's one or the other. 6 months do free, 1,000 hours. Send me downstairs. Anyway, remand or convicted? That's a bit dumb.
Remand.
That's what I'm saying. No, but some people prefer the convicted bird, innit? But anyway, HMP YOY or HMP, like juvenile or adult?
HMP.
10 do 5 or 3 year IPP?
10 do 5.
See it there. But an IPP. Toiletries or food pack?
Toiletries.
Upon entry, I take the burn pack still. I take the burn pack, but anyway, boom. TV or stereo?
Stereo.
The threes or the ones?
The freeze.
Education or job?
Education.
Pool or table tennis?
Table tennis.
Football or weightlifting?
Weightlifting.
Association or gym?
Gym.
Press ups or sit ups?
Sit-ups.
Don't. This is let him
She's
answer,
there
please.
answering.
Now let him answer, please, because he might get. You know what I mean? He might have been about to say press ups, dumbbells, or the bar.
Maybe bar.
Bar. Dumbbells. Exercise or shower?
Shower.
Come on. Canteen day or visit stay?
Visit.
I'm canteen still. Jim Woodley or number one servery?
Jim Woodley.
Church or mosque? Mm.
Come
Yeah,
on, Moss.
I know. Tuna or mackerel?
Oh, mackerel. But she knows me, innit? That's why.
Custard creams or bourbon?
Ooh. Custard creams.
Ritz or Jaffa cakes?
Jaffa cakes.
Walkers or Golden Wonder?
Oh, come on. Walkers.
Cheese and onion or prawn pussy tail? Oh, shit. That's the one. I had to anti-why that one.
Yes,
Yeah.
or
Cheese and
prawn.
onion or the prawn thing?
Okay. Cheese and onion.
I know, okay, man. Ready salted or salt and vinegar? Look, I know you just
No.
You only just now clock what I said the other thing, you know.
Ready salted.
you only just clock what I said the other thing. Alright, cool. Snickers or Mars?
Snickers.
Come on. Even though it's got nuts in it, but crunch. I know. Cornflakes or Alpen?
Alpen.
Alpen. Come on. Double or single bang up?
Oh, come on. Single.
Yeah, double. Big up Barry, but Barry's the only one that said double bang up, and I didn't understand it. Apple crumble and custard or Christmas pudding roll?
Come on.
The
Apple
stuff,
crumble.
Yeah. 4 music or E4?
4 music or E4? E4.
Simpsons or Hollyoaks?
Simpsons.
EastEnders or Coronation Street?
Neither.
All right, now I'm going to go into some questions from Lewis. Got some from Lewis.
Big up, big up.
Big up, Lewis.
Big up, Lewis.
What was the local shopkeeper's name?
Farouk's.
Yeah. Or Pippin. Or Pippin. Yeah, it says Farouk. So Pippin. What was Lewis's door number?
16. He was an 18.
Nah.
No, wait there. No, it's going this way, innit? So, wait there. 16, 15, 14?
Yeah, 14.
14.
Is it
Yeah, sorry, I have to calculate it that way. Yeah.
What bus goes from Wandsworth Road to Junction?
Oh, come on. Wandsworth Road to Junction. Ain't that the 77?
Yeah. Or the 87. Name the Caribbean on Wandsworth Road.
Oh, yeah. It's not Spice. What's it called again? Oh, that's bad. What's it called, Princess?
Rhymed a bit. You just rhymed it a bit with it.
Oh, what's it called again?
Twice as nice.
Twice as nice. That's it.
That's what I say with the spice. You rhymed a bit. What market is closest to Patmore?
Oh, 9 Elms.
Yeah. Name at least 4 blocks on Patmore.
Oh, wow. Brady House, Meso,
Meso? Mansell, you mean?
no, Meso.
You ain't put that down.
What's it? What's I don't know.
He's put down Mills, Marsh, Dury,
Oh, yeah,
Brady,
yeah, Mills, yeah,
Crampton, Cudworth, Bonser,
Wow.
BT, Kirtley, Mansell, Stroudley.
Hey, you have to take into consideration. I've been away
Yeah,
for
yeah,
a
no,
long
no,
time.
no.
I just forgot about that.
Come on.
Wow, yeah.
What estate is closest to Patmore?
Oh, which is closest
Yeah.
to Patmore? I'll probably say Union.
He says Heathbrook.
Oh yeah, Heathbrook as well.
Or Savannah.
Yeah. Do you know what? Union's across the road, but yeah, then Heathbrook. I don't know, that one.
Fajr or Isha? Back to my questions. Fajr or Isha? Fajr or Isha?
Oh, Fajr or Isha? Fajr.
This is Hits' questions. No, big up Hits.
Okay, yes. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Which prophet Al-Salam had control of the jinn and was able to talk to animals?
Suleiman.
Suleiman, I was going to give you four
Alayhi
options.
salam.
I was going to give you four options, but you got it right straight away. Because he's actually giving me four options as well.
Okay.
But I'll give you the chance before even giving you the options and see. Anyway, what does Zamzam mean?
Oh, it means stop.
Yeah. What was the relation between Prophet Musa alayhi salam and
salam.
Prophet Harun alayhi salam?
They were brothers.
Yeah. Which two surahs are for keeping protection in Allah from evil eye and witchcraft?
Yeah, so Surah Ikhlas and
He hasn't ticked that one, but that's in the four thing, but he hasn't ticked Ikhlas.
and Surah
He hasn't ticked Ikhlas, but it's in the options.
Surah An-Nas
Nas, yeah, Surah Nas he's ticked, and Surah Falak.
and Falak. Yes, Falak as well,
But
yes.
Ikhlas was in there and Yasin, but he ain't
Yes.
ticked them. So, yeah, the answer is Falak and Nas. In Jannah, what is Tuba? Tuba.
Tuba.
B-A. Do you want the options?
Tuba.
Yeah. In Jannah. It's either a fruit, a tree, a river, or a door.
I don't know that.
Okay, it's a tree.
Okay.
Which angel will blow the horn to signal the day of judgment?
Oh. Is it?
Do you want the options?
No, I know this one. Israel?
Israfil.
Israfil, yes.
Yeah. It's his hard, isn't it? It's his hard still. How many gates of Jannah are there?
I think there's 7.
8.
7.
He's ticked
There's
8.
8.
He's ticked
Okay,
8.
there must be 8.
But it says out of 5, 6, 7, 8. Which Khalifa, leader of Muslims, took control of Al-Aqsa in Jerusalem?
Oh, Umar ibn Khattab.
Yeah. At what age does a person become an adult in Islam? Do you want the options?
I think it's if my memory serves me correctly, you can tell me if I'm wrong. Ain't it 15?
Well, he's got the options he's got is 15, 10 and 18, but he's ticked puberty as the answer.
Yeah, so puberty. So that's
So there's
10.
no age basically, he's just
Yeah,
puberty.
puberty,
He
yeah.
just said puberty. How old was Prophet Muhammad ﷺ when he got the first revelation?
40.
Yeah. What is the name of the city of Medina in the Quran?
City of Medina.
Yeah. Medina. Do you want the options?
Yeah, no. Yarib.
Yeah, Yathrib.
Yeah, Yathrib.
Yarib. Who was the only human to whom Allah blew the soul into him by himself?
Oh, Adam alayhi salam.
Yeah. Big up hits for them Christians. That was... Thanks for taking time out, my brother. And yeah, the final one is, this is the... If you could meet the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salam, what would you say to him?
Assalamu alaikum.
See it there? Nice Gino. That's a big one. So yeah, boom. Now to my one word rapid fire questions, because obviously this is halal fire round. What's your favourite month?
July.
Favourite season?
Summer.
Favourite animal?
Wolf.
Favourite colour?
I got 2.
Favourite colour?
So black and green.
Black. Boom. Favourite food?
Favorite fruit.
Food.
Oh, food. That's easy. Oxtail.
What's your favourite word?
Princess.
Being political, I hear you. Mine is astaghfirullah. No. I gotta say that a lot. I gotta say that a lot.
Alhamdulillah, bro. But you know, there's something in this.
Astaghfirullah a lot.
There's something in the deen as well, as keeping the wife happy, inshallah.
Yeah, of course.
You know, alhamdulillah.
What word do you hate hearing?
Nigger.
Yeah, Flowdown was like, you don't like lit. Like, what's lit? What word do you have a hard time pronouncing? Wave.
I don't
You're
know.
very good with your pronunciation, isn't it?
Well, sometimes it depends, innit? It depends on
You
the
like to
words
think
we
about
use
it.
and okay, yeah.
Who do you text the most?
Oh, that's easy. My wife.
Who's your hero?
Oh, who's my hero? Ah, beloved Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. That's all of our role models.
Where did you go on your last vacation?
You're being funny. I'm still waiting to go. No, but we've travelled. We've travelled around. So me and the wife, let's say Birmingham. We saw some family up in Birmingham.
What's your go-to pastime?
Go-to
Pastime.
Go-to. I think it's probably my go-to was probably books.
I thought you was gonna say that reading. Yeah.
Yeah, reading.
What's your favorite word in another language?
Probably Assalamu alaikum. Do you know why though? Because it's not only peace be upon you, but it's also what comes with it. What you're basically saying is that I will not harm you. You know, there's more than just peace be upon you. When a person says that, it's supposed to mean that, you know, that
Everything's blessed.
there's peace, there's security, there's everything else that is involved.
What's your favorite dessert?
Oh, favorite dessert? I would probably say banoffee pie.
Favorite breakfast?
I'm not really a breakfast person, but I'll be honest with you though. I love my eggs.
If you had to change your first name, what would you change it to? Oh, you did, Yusuf. Okay, I can answer that for you.
Thank you.
You get what I'm saying? Where am I? Name a 5-letter word that starts with the letter D. Why for D? But
Start with letter D.
yeah.
5-letter. You can say.
You can't do money
God,
today.
well, I know.
You can say dice.
5 letters, mate.
Yeah, I know, but dice is.
Man just tried to do bare mind games. Man said you could say dice. I said 5. Man said dice is like, oh my gosh. Can we think of a different one?
Dream.
Dream. We're gonna go with dream. She always says the heavy ones. She said, nah, that's 6. A-star, doctor, 6.
Yeah.
But why not dices?
Care Bear.
What about dices though?
We've moved on that.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
Dices is mad.
No.
Please, wifey, tell him dice is mad.
Do you know why though?
There's no such thing as dices. It's dice.
Dice.
But I didn't
Yeah, you
even
roll
want
the
to
dice.
get into that with
Yeah.
you. I was just trying to make you find another word.
So what would you
But
say? More than one dice.
I was just gonna.
What is that then? More than one dice.
Dice.
No,
Roll
more
the
than one
dice.
Dice.
Even if you're
Even
rolling
if there's
2,
more than
you
one,
roll
it's
the
dice.
dice.
So if there's 3,
Even if there's 4, it's dice.
Yeah.
Dice. There's no dices. You get what I'm saying?
I'll give you that.
Dimple.
Ain't that
6.
6?
6.
D-I-M-P-L-E.
There's a problem over there. There's a problem over there. But we got Dream. We got Dream. You get me? We're going to work with Dream. You get me? We're going to work. We're going to work with Dream. You get me?
We can do that.
Donor as well.
Ask him for one with M then.
Huh?
You might as well ask him. 'Cause
Why?
he couldn't. Oh.
His name's Dwaine. I do it.
Is
Yeah.
that?
Why?
I never realised that, you know.
Okay. But
God,
that's-
no,
yeah.
but you know I didn't realise that's why you done
We've
it.
only done it once. That's why I came.
No, we've done it before.
Done it once. I
No,
know.
we done it with what's
Manga.
his name? No,
With
and
them- yeah, but I just read Manga's question. Remember?
Okay.
But yeah, boom. What is the best non-curse word, one-word insult? He's gonna say stuff like imbecile, innit? You know, he says madness, like imbecile. That non-curse word, wallet. You know, there's bare different one. More donut.
Idiot.
Idiot.
Stupid.
No, but I'm saying he's gonna say something so funny. He's got a few.
It's joined together though, but I don't know. It's like a conjunction word, so like non-entity. But it's what was my famous word?
I know what mine.
Go on.
I called my mum and everyone will say that I called people a devil, innit?
Oh, don't lie.
Yeah, demon.
So I say you're acting like a devil.
Vulture.
Yeah, vultures.
Vulture.
Yeah.
What time do you usually wake
Pierre
up in the
Vulture
morning?
out there.
What time? So it varies depending on Fajr.
Yeah, when he's gonna. What time do you go to sleep?
Little fast. Again, it depends because sometimes there's so many things going through my psyche that sometimes I like to
I've got insomnia.
yeah, I like to sometimes like read up on something, or if there's an idea, I like to explore that idea. I know it can sound weird, but it's just something that I do, and I just get caught up into it. Then I need to look up something else and then Google it, and sometimes
I'm
it's
just
crazy.
YouTube streets. Who's your best friend? Wife. Okay, we'll move on. What were you afraid of as a child? People off the other stay in it. That's why you had to go shopping.
No,
a mad way.
no.
That's why I had to go shopping a mad
I would
way.
say, I would say,
know,
what was I
okay, mad.
scared of? And I still am. Thunder.
Thunder.
Yeah, I don't like thunder. Heights as well, but thunder does something to me.
One subject you would like to learn more about.
I would still say my faith.
Islam. I knew you were going to say that, you know. What do you collect?
What do I collect? I think books.
Describe yourself in one word, my friend.
I would like to think affable.
Affable. New one for me. Meaning.
Friendly and easy to talk to.
Okay. That's a good one. Boom. We're going to have to run through this.
Yeah, I'll do quick ones then today.
So
yeah?
quick,
I'm
because
gonna.
she just wants to just say madness anyway. So just do
Who,
that.
me?
I swear you said you got something that you need to talk about. Remember when we...
Yeah, but we'll just.
Oh, next
Yeah,
time.
because
See,
it's
I
too
tried
much.
to tell
Yeah,
you.
I know. Okay, first of all, I'm not sure if everybody saw it. Did you lot see the guy that flew over the court and beat up the judge?
Yeah.
Did you see it?
In America, yeah.
In
He
America.
didn't beat her up. He just... Yeah,
No, he looked like he was punching her out.
They got onto him so quick.
Yeah, I know,
He
they
didn't-
did.
He didn't beat her up.
He definitely did.
just grabbed her and did couple
She
thing.
was on the ground.
Yeah,
he did
come on,
give
she's
her
not going to
couple.
get up. She knows what she's going to get from that.
Yeah.
She knows she's off work for ages.
But
for
the
that.
only thing with that one is there, yeah, although everybody found it funny, you know, the way he flew over and that. You know he's shagged now, innit?
He's shagged anyway.
No, but the thing is, he wasn't. It's not like to say he was doing life or anything. It was just that she just didn't give him his...
He's bond, innit?
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it was a big thing. It's just one of the things that was going viral. Second thing as well, Cat Williams breaking the internet. Did you watch his interview?
No.
Oh, you
But
didn't?
I've been seeing bits
I'm not
about
sure
it.
if you watched it. Did you see any of you lot watch it?
No, sorry.
Did you see it?
I've just heard about it.
He done
But I've
like
been-
about nearly 50 million views in 2 days.
50 million?
15.
Oh.
Yeah.
Saying what?
How
though?
long is it?
What's he?
Send
The
it to
interview's
me.
about, I'm going to send it to you. The interview's about 2 hours or 3 hours. I watched it.
'Cause
And
he's
I've always
saying
liked
something
Cat
about-
Williams. He doesn't conform. He says it how it is. And he definitely has shaken up the place.
Said they tried to make him wear dresses or something.
He literally talked up the things them. I'll have to send it to you for you to see it. He spoke about everybody. Yeah, he spoke about a lot of people. The only people that I saw that he spoke highly of was like Dave Chappelle, Ice Cube. But
Okay.
the rest of them, he was just exposing the industry for its dealings. Do you know what I mean? Just wanted to quickly say, just in regards to why I spoke on Cat Williams, is about, we spoke about it here as well, about speaking on things.
Yeah.
The world has made us has made us feel like you're not allowed to speak on stuff. It makes you come across bitter when you talk on things that have happened to you.
100%.
I believe that you do need to talk on some things at certain times. There is a time when you're supposed to be quiet, but there's a time when people need exposing. There's a time when you need to shake up the place because you need everybody to know what's really going on. They're literally rewriting history in front of our own eyes. Do you understand? There's gatekeepers out here, and it's only people like that. You know what I'm saying? When you get people that they don't care, they're going to disrupt the place and they're going to say it how it is. Do you understand? Because they can't be bought. And if he didn't have so much to say, it wouldn't have done it wouldn't have done what it did. Do you get me? And I feel like we need more people like that to talk out, to be fair.
I think so.
Yeah, that was just it really. But
Anything
we can
else?
move on. We can move on.
No, nothing else?
Just, no.
All right, boom. We're going to take a break and come back with the main subject, which is going to be hope. You get me?
Allah Akbar. Allahu 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 Allahu Akbar. 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 Allahu Akbar.
Boom. Welcome back. You know what I'm saying? Heavy like that. You get what I'm saying? Hope. Obviously, this is a man. He's free after 22 long years behind bars. 5 before then, but in all them years, obviously, hope was needed. Hope is needed with a lot of things. Do you get what I'm saying? Faith and hope, it's kind of similar, isn't it? Or not? Kind of similar, isn't it? Faith and hope, or not? What's your outlook on hope?
I feel faith is more certain. You know, like when you have faith in something, you know it's already there. I have faith in God. I know. It's not a question for me.
And you think hope is
I
like
feel
the
like
question?
with hope, you're more hoping something happens. You understand what I'm saying? You're not sure, but you got a bit of hope. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not. I'll have to look it up. But
I feel like
that's
hope,
how I feel.
like, it's good, but I think hope without any action is mental. You know, like you get some people, they just sit in their yard and hoping. You can't hope that you're going to get a job.
Yeah.
And you're not going to try and get a job. If that makes sense.
Yeah, you need to be proactive.
Yeah,
With
faith
hope.
without
It's good to
works
have
is
hope.
dead, they
I
say,
totally
innit?
understand that.
Do you know
Yeah,
what I
it's good to have
mean?
hope, but you have to have some action behind it, innit?
No, of course. Definitely.
Whereas faith is kind of different because you can, like what she's saying, you can have faith, you can sit in your yard and have faith, but I would still feel that you still need to act on your faith.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
what are you just gonna do? Sit and think, oh God, I've got faith. God is gonna save me. I've got faith. God is gonna get me £1 million. Or I've got faith. And all right, it's cool. Faith. Your faith makes you know, but you can stand there thinking you're knowing, but you still have to.
No, but I
Do you get what I'm
believe.
saying?
Remember,
You still
I
have to-
believe that you only need that. How I know you need to have faith for the size of a mustard seed.
Yeah, but I'm saying.
Do you understand
action
what
is
I'm
still
saying?
needed
So
with
I know
that.
I didn't say that
No,
there's
no,
not,
I'm saying, no, 'cause
but I'm
some of
just
my-
saying how strong my faith is. I don't know how it is for everybody, but when I say I have faith in God, I have faith in God. But when He's working through me, works will be done because I'm going to act with the faith.
That's
Do you
my whole
understand what
point.
I'm saying?
Same with hope. Like, you know, like, oh yeah, what was you doing? Hoping that you're gonna come out. Obviously more with faith. But I'm saying you're still gonna have to do things to show them.
No, 100%.
Do you know what I mean? To show them, look.
I had to put things into actions, obviously.
Do you understand?
Because I understood that the powers that were against me, I understood the obstacles that I needed to overcome. So definitely.
It says here,
101%.
hope. Hope, a feeling of expectation and desire for a particular thing to happen. Do you know what I mean? So it's hope. But you got to act on it. Am I saying madness? Do you get what I'm saying? Am I going mad? You're laughing now. Am I going mad, fam?
No, you're not.
I'm going mad a bit. Going mad a bit in it, but it's cool. Hope. So we've got nothing else to say on hope. Are we going to move on? Care Bear, Help me, car.
It's live, it's live.
You get that's good, yeah. All right, boom. Hope. Nah, what? You ain't got nothing else to say on hope. Quickly.
Yeah, we hope the system improves.
No, 100.
Do you understand? We hope our
This is
brothers
where-
get
that's what I'm
free.
saying.
Do you understand what I'm
Help me
saying?
out, eh? Help me out, eh? That's
You
what I'm
know,
saying.
all of these things. These
Stand
are
up
like
and be counted.
Yeah,
No, but I'm saying this is your time, son.
me, I shine every
100,
day.
100.
I've done me lot.
This-
You know what I'm saying? Done
But
me lot.
yeah, but,
I've done well as well. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, boom. Oh my gosh, how am I forgetting this?
What?
Every episode we have a different dilemma.
You didn't forget, did you?
I did forget.
Oh, don't
I
know.
was about to round this up. Do you know what I mean? I'm the only one on the night bus. Yeah, Care Bear's driving diesel. I'm the only one that's. I need to hold. This is all a fucking tube strike and all that. I'm definitely on the night bus. It's mad. Do you get what I'm
Out
saying?
there's gone. No, out there's brick as well right now as well. Did you feel a dip in the temperature? Because
Very
I did
cold.
when I came
Listen.
out today. Do you feel it?
It's not
Very
about how
cold.
cold it is. It's about the dilemma. Boom. Every episode we have a different dilemma.
Go on now.
All right, cool. Dear RTM Podcast Show, this is today's one. Dear RTM Podcast Show, love what you lot are doing. You kept me entertained throughout my whole sentence. Big you up. Not only are we still listening to Spray's music on the wing, but he's now giving us beer joke and everyone fancies cream. So big up yourselves. She's pregnant, everyone. I just recently came home from a 4-2 on the toilet, innit? 4-2, fucking hell. So do that on the toilet, innit? Anyway, sorry, mate. Anyway, I wasn't really religious before, but I took Shahada in prison after
Alhamdulillah.
after being convinced by my soulmate. To be honest, I didn't really know anyone in that prison, and becoming Muslim gained me a lot of friends and respect. I took it seriously, praying 5 times a day, going Arabic classes and everything. But I've been out for 6 months now and stopped going Jummah 4 months ago. I don't even pray no more. Stuff. I'm starting to lose faith as nothing is seeming to go right for me. I still haven't got a job and my 35th birthday is in 2 weeks. I find myself questioning if there is even a God and what's the point in religion when all it does is separate mankind. Am I going mad, as Spray would say? What's your thoughts, please, guys? Keep up the good work.
Okay, I'd like to say something. Assalamu alaikum, brother. And, I can only imagine what you're going through. But allow me to say something what was taught to me. After difficulty comes ease. It's like a blacksmith, if you will, that is shaping a piece of steel. He puts it in the fire, he beats it, he cools it. He puts it back in the fire, he beats it, he cools it. This is the way God forges men and women of character. He does not forge us into great men and women without the fire, the water, the beatings. These are the difficulties of life. We must face them, we must overcome them. Allahu Akbar. That's all I have to say to you, brother.
That was still. Got anything to say to him?
I agree with what he just said.
But have you got anything to say to him from yourself, from your own thoughts?
Go ahead.
He's trying to have an easy day today.
No, who was?
I
No,
agree.
no, but
Have you got anything? You don't agree with everything. You're Christian. You don't agree with everything he says. Allahu Akbar. I agree with everything he says. That's my answer. What's your answer?
yeah, but let's say, but we have,
What's your answer? My answer's already
we
done.
might not be said the same way, but we
Allahu
have
Akbar.
similar
My
things.
answer's
Do you understand
done.
what I'm saying? I already know that
winding
when
up.
you're being, your
just
test
winding
is your
up.
testimony.
Winding up. I can't
I'll
do
leave it there.
No, it's true.
Do you understand? Make your test your
What I would say,
testimony.
no.
Like God doesn't give gives his strongest battles to his strongest
You know what I would
soldiers.
say?
Do you understand? And
You know what I would
most of
say?
the stuff you gave me, you asked me
go
if you
on,
talk,
go
so make me
through. Alright,
talk.
go on.
Do you know them ones
Go on.
there?
Alright, cool.
Yeah. So basically, what we go through is what makes us who we are. Do you understand what I'm saying? Most of the time, that's why we have the people sitting on here, because it's their story. Like we said, we're not glorifying certain things, but we can't hide from our story. 10 times out of 10, it's our story that's made us who we are. Do you understand? And not everything is permanent. It's not for a time. This is just a part of your... Do you understand? So this is when you literally have to tap into faith and don't get deterred. Do you understand?
Alright, cool. I say push your. Yeah, push your. You should be going Jummah. You should be going Jummah. That's the first thing. Yeah. Like, and you stop going Juma, you stop praying, and now you want to complain about things going wrong for you. How do you know that's not why things are going wrong for you? Because you've stopped praying.
Alhamdulillah.
Do you get what I'm trying to
Allahu
say?
Akbar, brother.
You have to think of these
Well
things
said.
as well. Like go back, go Juma, get back in on your deen. Speak to some of the brothers, even if you have to, because you said you was on it properly in jail. Like phone, or maybe not phone, or try and talk to some of the brothers. Because it's about who you're with as well, isn't it? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like I find when I'm around my brothers, I'm more closer to my deen. That's the only time I've ever done Ramadan properly. It's with
100%.
Hamza and that.
Okay.
Free up Hamza. Get me,
And
but them lot.
Nah.
Do you know what I mean?
Nah.
They're the ones that, and Musa, Smiley and that. Them,
Okay.
they got me, and do you
Alhamdulillah.
understand? And that's the only time I've
Yeah.
ever.
So you feel like when you keep close to the word,
I feel like regardless.
like
yeah,
you know, like with the prayer, like you know, like we say, like with the words of what God, you know, like it's easier for you to stick. Do you understand? Because you're listening to the words, what they say. You understand what I'm saying?
No,
and
I
it
totally.
keeps you more, you know, on path and etc. So the more you detach yourself,
Is this your connection with God?
exactly.
It's like what we
100%.
it's like what we were saying about hope and faith, yeah. Like even though things are going wrong for him or whatever, not necessarily as soon as you start praying, it's gonna go good for you. But just the prayer and the closeness, you feel better.
But sometimes we have to also ask ourselves as well, is this that there was sometimes when people say that, yeah, I've turned my back on my faith, the reality of the situation is this as well. There was already a defect in you. So even from the times when you said that you were praying 5 times a day and so forth, and if you don't explore the defects that is in all of our hearts, then we could also have the same fate as well. So it's about understanding who we are as well and tackling the issues that we need to tackle. And sometimes we don't do these.
Do you know what I
Because
feel?
again, it's easy to emphasize on others. It's easy to observe others and make a judgment and so forth. But it's a lot harder to look within yourself as well.
I think with him as well, yeah. Bear in mind, yeah, like he said, before he went jail, he wasn't really religious. We've spoken about our humble beginnings. We've always been religious, whether it be in the Christian faith or in whatever faith. We always knew there's a higher power, God.
That
You
seed
understand?
was planted
Even
already from
do you
long
understand?
time, yeah.
I
So
understand that.
you're a madman. I shouldn't even, but you need to get closer to, sort yourself out.
No, I totally understand
You
what
get
you're
what I'm saying?
saying.
You need to get-
Your foundations was already there already. So it's like the man who built for him in his case, like the man who built his house upon the sand.
Do you understand?
Rather than on solid foundation.
Exactly.
So we can understand that.
So,
But you
it's
know,
just
alhamdulillah, we never
keep
turn our
faith,
backs on
brother,
our
man.
brothers as well.
Yeah,
Please, you know,
faith.
inshallah, it can happen to any of us.
Of course.
And
You know,
we're all
this is-
still learning as we go along and strengthening our things. Do you know what I mean?
This
So-
is actually a blessing for us, you know, when you recognize God and so forth and you follow him in a true way. And for me personally, it's Islam, for me personally. And it's a blessing. And sometimes we are sad over things that we have no control over. But the things that we do have control over, we're not like it. We've been given a beautiful gift. He made us Muslims.
Alhamdulillah.
And you know, alhamdulillah, and this is a blessing. We should feel like lottery winners. But sometimes we don't, because we're bombarded by all these kind of negative images and all this kind of false representation of what life is. And the reality of the situation is not. A lot of people are struggling. A lot of people are treading water right now. There's so many people that I meet and they're so unhappy with life. It's unbelievable.
It's mad.
And they've got a lot of money as well. And why are you so unhappy? Because they know there's
Money
an element that
doesn't bring
is
happiness.
missing. Because they've, as what my respected friend said as well, they've divorced their souls. So yeah.
So basically just try and get back in line with your faith and go Jummah. And talk to Imam as well.
100%.
But what I was going to say to you before we go into the book suggestion, because just what have you got to say? Like, because obviously Islam gets bad journalism from certain, like a media, yeah? Like, obviously Tommy's against it and all that. But I'm saying, just off your story, like, from how violent and mental you was or whatever, to seeing you now, well spoken, calm. How much would you say that's got to do with you being a Muslim?
101%.
Do you get what I'm trying to say? And it's
Because
like,
if I was not a Muslim right now, I would have no respect at all. Irrespectively, I'll be very bitter.
yeah,
But it's only because we understand, Islam teaches us as well, that this whole world is just a test. So I understand that. So it allows me to have that kind of understanding, even when sometimes we find that, you know, as human beings, we can be very cruel and insensitive to one another as well. But I also understand the nature and the dynamics of that as well.
because like I said, my mum was Catholic, and obviously when she found out I was Muslim and that, she wasn't happy. But then, like, after a while, she didn't care because she saw that, oh, okay, you're actually staying on road. Like, she could see, like, oh, it was a change, innit? So, yeah, sometimes I just wanted to just put that out there, that Islam calmed him down. You get what I'm saying? Just want to put it out there. Do you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people, they talk, oh, yeah, everyone's turning Muslim, and they put it like it's a bad thing. Like, all these guys turning Muslim, but they don't realise after these guys turn Muslim, they turn a lot more pious.
But I think it's also how, you know, how they are as a person, though. Because someone can be Muslim tomorrow, but it's how...
Yeah,
they
it's
act
still
on
meant,
it.
yeah.
Like, if you're doing your prayers, if you're, you know, reading the Quran and actually understanding it.
101%. And that's one of the most important things as well. Even myself as well. I've, you know, you have to have time of reflection as well. That at times I thought I was stronger than what I was. And it's only through being outside, you know, what we call the dunya, that you realize that there's a lot of difficulty and you always have to be on guard. You can never pull down your guard. As soon as you pull down your guard, it can snatch you. So, you know, you feel that you're missing out. And you probably hear this a lot of times as well, that those that have spent long terms of incarceration as well, they get sometimes caught up with this kind of social frenzy where they feel that I need to catch up. Oh, look, what they have and I haven't got that. But the reality of the situation is as well, it's all a delusion. It's not real. Because when you actually converse with a lot of these individuals, they're still in the same position that you left them, no matter how many years. So I've actually realized that. I'm not saying it's their fault as well. Sometimes it's the hand that sometimes it's given to you. But I'm a true believer as well that if you work hard and dedication and everything else as well, that things will. But I would like to say as well, because there is a few other people I like to mention as well that have helped me on this journey as well. That's what you said. You said AK, Jojo.
You big up Jojo.
But also Lord Hastings. Would like to say Paula Harrington. Cara Arthur. I would like to thank, you know, these individuals, George Turner. I would also like to thank these individuals, and I apologize to anybody that I've forgotten to mention.
Yeah. Book suggestion. Every episode we give them a book to go and read. I know you must have so many as well. Got any book you wanna suggest? Told them that film that you told me to go and watch as well. That was good. Was it The Egyptian?
Oh, The Egyptian.
That was a sick film still.
Yeah, so you watched it?
Yeah, come on, man. Sick film.
Sinuhe.
Sinuhe guy, mad.
The one who is alone.
He's going mad though.
Yeah, so he's trials and tribulations.
Yeah, he's going mad for the girl.
Definitely, 100%.
Yeah.
But I think the book, there is so many books. But I think if you want
besides Quran,
I know, if you want the profound effect, and I would have to probably say Les Miserables.
Oh, really?
Les Miserables.
If you read the book, you've got Jean Valjean. You have to remember this as well. He broke the glass. He stole a loaf of bread just to feed his family. His family was on the brink of starvation. Any civilized human being would understand that. A man trying to help his sister and his nieces and nephews to eat food. He gets 5 years or 7 years. I think it's 7 years.
Seven,
Yeah,
I think
he gets 7 years of incarceration for that hard labor. Now he's a person as well. His spirit is free, so he's saying that I can't accept this. So he's always trying to escape, and he's getting more time added on until he does 19 years. Then, you know, he comes out, he's trying to change his life, but then he's given a pass, so everybody knows that he's been in prison. So he's not getting no job opportunities. And then what happens? He becomes, you know, as we know him, Jean Valjean, he's very bitter. But then what does he do? He meets like an abbot, and he kind of changes his whole stance on things. So he becomes Madeleine, or I forgot the name. He becomes a different type of person. He's helping the community. He's a pillar of community. But then there's this cop called Javert, and he just doesn't believe that criminals can change. And there's a manhunt for him. And it's just a beautiful whole story on how a man's transformation and how he changes his life and the human sacrifices that he actually makes. So for me, that's amazing. Les Miserables.
Fab.
And it's a sold out play every year. You lot should go and watch the play.
Never.
Like it's big. Do you know
That's
what I
just
mean?
the greatest book suggestions we've had. Greatest book suggestions. No, you get what I'm saying? I'm sure now they owe you some money. 'Cause do you know how much people are going to go and get the book or read the book off his thing? Why for that? But just, I can wire myself, he won't. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, no, respect for, respect, bro.
Yeah, thank you for coming on.
Appreciate it.
No, thank you for having me as well.
Appreciate
Yeah.
you lot as well.
Yeah,
for sitting there
definitely.
through this long
Big up.
discussion, and we could have spoken.
Yeah, there's
for
still
longer.
even more stuff we could have tapped into.
No, there is.
Movie you should watch.
We could have.
By an actor called Paul Mooney. He starred in the original Scarface.
Why for Mooney?
And it's called black and white movie. It's called I Escaped from a Chain Gang.
I escaped from a
chain gang.
Yeah, and the actor's called Paul Mooney.
The actor called Paul Mooney.
Scarface movie.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Is it?
This is the connoisseur of
Is it
movies, you know.
joking? Like, is it like Egyptian?
It's gonna be one of the best movies you ever watched.
Listen, he's a
You
connoisseur,
rate
you know.
Egyptian? Though? You rate that Egyptian though?
Yeah,
Bad way, Phil. Nah, you'd like it. It's mental. It's old.
No, you
still.
should watch it as well, yeah.
It's old
I'll tell
still, but
Because
Yeah,
he becomes a
send it to
Christian.
me
He
then.
becomes a Christian.
Okay.
So remember, it's these trials and tribulations, and he's writing a letter before he passes away and everything. But this is what me and my celestial soldier, we've watched a lot of movies and so forth. He started a trend, so I'm not even going to try to take the credit for that.
Yeah,
Awesome.
big up and
Free.
thanks for coming. Yeah.
RIPs and freeze. Quickly. RIPs.
Have you got
Anyone
any?
RIP
Let him do them.
recently?
I would like to just to anyone that's actually passed away as well. I know that my cousin-in-law, her auntie died as well. So inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. She was Muslim, and my heart goes out to anyone that's lost a loved one. It can be hard.
Who we freeing? Free up Trev, free up Craver, free up Danny, free up
Definitely,
Titch, free up.
100%.
Who else?
There's so many.
Free up Licati. Who you got to free?
Free up all the brothers.
Free up Morgan.
That's
Free
my
up
cousin.
Morgs. Is Morgs your cousin?
Yeah, it's my cousin.
Free up Morgs, man.
My father and his
Yeah, I
my
wanted-
father and his father are first cousins.
Wanted to do a RIP to Locks. You might know him in the security world, but he worked with Reds. He's a big man.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, well respected and been doing it for long. And he passed away. So I just wanted to send my condolences to him and his family.
Yeah, the same
And
to you.
anybody that never made it through to 2024. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Same to
Send
you.
my condolences and that.
Yeah, free up everyone,
And
man.
as you know, free everybody. Do you know what I mean?
No, definitely. 101%, please.
Free up Chaos.
100%. And please, don't always believe the hype as well, what they basically say about a lot of
Free
individuals
up
that
Smitty,
unfortunate.
Go on.
Seriously, we need to support these brothers as well, and I'm adamant in supporting them. My dying breath. This is what's going to be my mission in life, is to try to help. I'm not saying that every single individual that ends up in prison is actually, is actually a perfect or a paragon of virtue. But you need to understand one thing: when you have a duty of care as well, you need to be responsible for that as well. because we know that sometimes prisons are those kind of places as well that do sometimes house troubled men and women. So I don't feel that people should really abuse that position as well. And we need to help them. Don't
Free up
forget.
Gav.
Yeah, free Gav.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, because
Right.
at the end of the day, we all know where the big criminals are. Remember, it's
100%.
much bigger than us. So it's
100%.
not one rule for we and one rule for Uno. Do you understand what I'm saying? It don't make
101%.
sense. That's why I said free everybody, because they're doing 10 times and they're free. Do you understand what I'm saying?
101%.
I
yeah.
didn't even get to big up Uncle Malik, but
Oh yeah, Uncle Malik.
Big
Yes.
up, big up, big up.
Assalamu alaikum, and please,
Big
yes,
up Unks
Uncle
right
Ma-
at the end, you get me?
definitely, 100%.
Yeah,
I love
me.
that brother, man.
Yeah.
So
I
please,
love him too. Why for that? We're both, but it's a why free zone. You get me? But nah, Unks, big you up, man. And yeah, so thank you, Elmo.
Big up, Alva.
Thank you, Elmo.
Big up, big up, big up. Me
Yeah,
and my fat hands. Oh my
follow
God.
the Queen.
Ice Cream the Poster Girl on Instagram. Follow me on all socials. Got a lot coming. Yeah, follow me.
Follow.
oh yeah, Dwaine Patterson 3 as the number 3.
Don't worry, we'll have it come up underneath. Why for that? But as you can see, people, I hope you enjoyed our show. I was very calm today, and I think I deserve some flowers
Yeah,
for
you
being
were
this calm.
actually. Yeah, right.
Do you know what I mean? Obviously, I was getting on to. All right, no, let's calm down.
applause straight.
No, let's calm down. It doesn't deserve a round of applause.
He does, trust me.
No, but I just want to big up my co-host as well. Because a lot of people, because I'm always winding her up, yeah? And then they're
Always.
always chatting shit in the comments like, oh yeah, Spray, like, oh, he's hating on Creamy, he's this, he's that. They don't realise I am hating on her. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? Yes, I am. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, yes, I am.
You love the wind up though, innit?
No, but do you get what I'm saying? There's a hating on Creamy, yeah. Because you lot keep saying she's carrying the show and that. Of course I'm hating on that.
You made me have time the other day in the comments underneath Black Kings' post, but we'll talk next time.
We can talk now.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying the way you wind me up. I had time that day for everybody
Oh, yeah,
with
you
that little
scared me.
wind up. Do you know what I mean?
Cream, it's not about us. Anyway.
But anyways, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Nah, big up my co-host anyway,
Thanks.
because she's going to be gone soon for a bit anyway, because you can see Sap the Duff.
Okay, yes.
But, you get me? Chronic. You get me? We'll be here.
All the best.
Yeah, follow me at young_spray_official on Instagram. Follow the page at RTM Podcast Show, at RTM Podcast on TikTok, at young_spray on Twitter, at RTM Clothing Original, www.reallythemost.com. Thanks for rocking with us. Thanks to all the new subscribers. Free up all the guys. Done now.